Hello. We're jumping right into it. Beyond vs. Hero already had game 1. It was pretty quick. Hero proxy oracled and then did a very hero-like attack, I suppose. Later down the line that was successful. Didn't look like it should have been successful, but it was. And that is just hero stuff. So on the bottom left up one, it is hero. And on the top right, we do have Beyond. Oof, hope everyone had a good weekend. What the heck did I even do? Well, yesterday I went to barbecue. Oh yeah, and I streamed. Oh yeah, I totally forgot that I streamed yesterday. Hasn't even been that long. Finished the Wings Liberty Roguelike Campaign, which... part of me wants to go back and try it with all the difficult parts of the final mission, but that was a lot. So, the plan is not to do that today, but rather to start the Heart of the Swarm roguelike. Maybe we'll do a different mod for Legacy of the Void, because roguelike didn't make a Legacy of the Void one. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Does seem like there's an awful lot of work put into it. So. We do have a 1 racks expand into a 3 racks. I'm just triple checking that because, you know, it's not the most common build. But every now and again, especially Beyond, will throw it out, attempting to surprise a Protoss who, well, just, you know, wouldn't expect it because it is out of meta. And despite our worker change, I refuse to even believe that there's really been that much of a change of meta or anything. So might be like, no, but ZombieGrub, it was slightly more or less common before 8 worked. Was it though? Was it? Was it though? Anyway, the Protoss doesn't expect it. Of course, they're going to do due diligence scouting, and so eventually might pick up on something that says, hey, this isn't a normal 1-1-1, for instance. They still can figure it out, but let's say that they get a little lazy or just kind of presume because they are unsuccessful in scouting, and they're not going to go for a sentry opener, which is really fallen by the wayside. It feels like... Well, how long did that sentry opener meta last? I don't even know. But anyway... then they're just going to go, well, it's most likely this or this. Okay, once you get around this 430, 440 point and you don't see any factory units, it's starting to get a little suspicious. Obviously, the Terran can intentionally just put a certain number of Marines on the front and actually hold them up in the main. But the total lack of drop that's coming, or not coming, it gets more and more sus. Hero, I don't think he really has to worry that much. With the 2 gateways done and a 3rd one finishing, and they are specifically gateways, I think that's the real rub here, you can produce a ton of units. Like, far too many. Like, they definitely are trying to encourage people to use this, because eventually people will be like, wow, this is really powerful. And then hopefully they'll adjust, you know, based off that sentiment. But anyway, Hero's actually doing it. Hero is working off of just gateways. It seems like they're producing so fast he can't actually even produce off of them consistently, but he's trying, while also considering to micro these adepts, which have run away from Marines over and over again. Managed to get back in, kill 4 SCVs, injure a couple of more. Beyond's attack, which he had set up, decides to retreat. He took damage, just needs to be cleared up. You're missing any timing that you might have been able to hit with stim and combat shields. And Hero was really, really prepared for this anyway. It really feels like Hero picked up on this. I mean, eventually he did see the factory was actually just making, but that was maybe at 5 minutes with the Adepts probably. Not a time of which, you know, you would typically need to see something to start defending against it. Hero was already, I think, kind of keen on what Beyond was doing. To build this many Stalkers, to hold off on your 3rd base for that long... I mean, yeah, he could also be aggressive with it, which... his aggressive start isn't super great. Loses a Stalker. Does force out a Stim. And another one is going to have to be used for Beyond, potentially, to actually either combat this again or run away. Yeah. It's getting to a weird point Bjorn knows it as well. His medevacs are now on the way, but only one, actually. Bjorn's gas, I suppose, is interrupted by all the adept harassment, so he should be able to produce basically everything he wants right now. And instead, only one medevac on the way after so many stims, stalkers, and a warp prism looking to cause chaos in the main and natural. As Hero does take the third, I guess he opened up the possibility of taking this base or maybe just advanced scouting. Certainly this probe is. That's a little sad. That's not a good sign, especially because Bjorn is already down a game here. Hero seems to be in total control. Yes, he does not have the most amazing economy. 3 bases still not up, but Bjorn is Bjorn's not going to be let out of his base anytime soon. And if he does, it's going to be with a substantially injured army, which actually looks like Hero thinks he'll win. That's a very bold blink into what could be more Marauders, and more Marauders there were. They were in the main base, dealing with something, but they come down and they destroy most of the Stalker. I mean, 11 Stalkers die. But so much of the bio has also fallen. More Warpins are still coming in, and it looks like Bjorn just actually can't quite compete. I mean, the army that he's left with is just really sad. Obviously, warp gates are now finished to use with a warp prism. Would be kind of neat to see further development of this. Maybe Hero like puts him back in a gateway so he goes back on the defensive, but don't think we've seen that, and probably not worth it. But aside from that blink in, that, I mean, I guess it was just a more dangerous way to play, perhaps. Like, I don't actually think it ruined his game at all. Besides that was quite an amazing attack. Bjorn lost a lot of army. He is still at double the army supply, or a bit more army supply, let's say, but he still has to worry about the Warp Prism, still has to worry about Stalker harassment. His medevacs are actually out of energy. Every stim's gonna hurt. He has to get across the map, in which time Hero should be able to reinforce enough. And while the Hero's not even going to wait across the map, he's continuing on with his aggression. Thinking that he smells blood, I don't know. This is Baya with +1, with a little bit of a choke on their side too, so Zealots just being rammed through here, not going to work out. Hero's not just attacking though, I mean he's kind of, there's a little puffing up of the chest perhaps, because I do think Bjorn's army can take it on in how to say, ideal situations. Wouldn't mind pop off on the Zealots. Little SimCity helps out. Yeah, exactly like this. Exactly. But it's probably not going to break Bjorn. It is scaring. It's keeping Bjorn, again, on these 2 bases. His Hero developed his 3rd and is actually getting to a 4th base as well. Up to 6 gateways. Well, should be on 7, but hasn't transformed one yet. Went for Dark Shrine just to be a prick, apparently. No, it feels kind of weird to go for a Dark Shrine in this scenario just because you do have the Terran pinned back. So usually the DTs, they come in a little later, right? Either there's the build order, you're hoping to surprise them completely and utterly, or they come in even later because they're trying to go for a little bit of harassment while you're dealing with Terran attacks left, right, and center. When the Terrans already hold up on 2 bases, tracking the Warp Prism, prepared to deal with aggression from an aggressive Protoss, yeah, I was gonna, like, the DTs just seem like a little funny. Of course, you could have still found them without a scan as possible, but in that case, wasn't the situation. Bjorn having now to hold on to his scans. Well, I say that, no, not really. EMPs are on the way, so there's a very limited time where he has to truly worry about DTs, at least going by undetected. I mean, he still has to worry about them being a distraction. Very clearly, Bjorn has to make, I say has to make the choice, it's not a choice then. Bjorn has to just stay at home. Like, very early on, that has been what has been set here. The good news for Terran is that, well, they're not that uncomfortable with it. This is something that they've had to do for a long time against Protoss. Typically not in this exact fashion. Usually the Terran gets a little more say in the first 5 to 7 minutes, but whatever. In this case, Hero was all over him. So Bjorn stays on 2 bases. Kind of squeaks out the 3rd, is like very cautious about it. Double armory, is that really on purpose? It definitely seems so. Or no, wait. No, then definitely not. Oopsie daisies. He has 1 more engineering bay than he needs, and 1 more armory than he needs. And I don't think, oh, there we go, there it goes. Okay, great. At least get some of the money back, but and you're kind of counting pennies at this point. That 3rd was not that fast, and while you do have more resources in your main or natural, Clearly, this has been a lot of time where Bjorn has not been attacking. In fact, he hasn't attacked to this side of the map at all in this game, because there wasn't even a Widowmine drop. So, well, you don't need to actually scan to know. Oh, this is very, very bold attack. He jumps off at the Colossus, at least tries to, but that puts him in the way of all of these zealots. The Bio will end up winning, but geez, that was a dangerous ploy. Just before armor was done for the Protoss, just before extended thermal lance could have helped out the Colossus. Anyway, you don't need a scan to tell you that the Protoss is probably saturated on 4 bases, going on to 5 or even 6 at this point. Bjorn is probably hoping that was a little more of a jump on the Protoss than it was. You know, the type of jump where the Protoss was really not prepared, so they kind of scramble, last second defend. Hero maybe was surprised at the audacity, but his army took a completely fine fight. He's still up 20 army supply, in fact, still affording 2-3-2, as Bjorn's still a ways away from 2-2, and Bjorn is still in a lot of trouble in this game. His best bet, again, is to turtle, and then hope that an engagement really, really goes his way, but that wasn't the engagement. The engagement, capital T-H-E, the one that Terran really needs to get the ball rolling. And even then, probably won't win them the game. They need a couple of those types of fights. Ben has set up some Viking rings, hasn't yet afforded turret rings, so he needs them on the front lines as well. My god, that's a lot of zealots! They only have +1 armor, but the Bio is only at 1-1 as well, but an EMP just makes him look so fragile. Stalker count has dwindled once again, and, you know, that means the Vikings don't die. The Vikings take out the Colossus. I mean, can you win with mass zealots is a question that Hero is going to ask in this game. Basically, because I foresee those Colossus dying pretty easily. And that's not a question he shies away from asking, I guess. Like, he has actually thrown games, I would even say, that he's absolutely in a win position by going mass charge lot. To a really stubborn degree. You guys remember one of those games? I feel like, I mean, it must have been months ago at this point, but there was like a game where Hero had like literally 8 bases, the Terran was under his thumb the entire time, and we just saw him throw like 20, 30 zealots away. Multiple times. You guys remember that? That was after like the 4th or 5th zealot wave that died. I was like, this is Hero being even more Hero-esque than normal. But Hero is going to also plant down static defense on the front lines, try and stop this 4th base from becoming an orbital, not even a planetary, but this is a nice position for the Bio. Zealot's going to get EMP'd, not going to get the service area that they need. Those Colossus did disappear in the blink of an eye. 2-2 also finished for Bjorn before that ground armor was done. Now it's done, but all the Zealots are dead. I don't know, man. Hero really thought that he had the numbers, but pure Zealot, you know, like... One, Protoss armies typically aren't really, you know, they don't go pound for pound with the Bio army. Usually it's the reinforcements that come in that just tip it over and then the Terran dies. And 2, Zealots specifically. Now, Zealots get a whole wrap around the entire Terran army. Good for them. But, I mean, to go into a choke, to go into SimCity, to go into the mineral SimCity, like, that's not going to work out. Hero obviously knows this, but really thinks that it's going to work regardless. I don't know. Bjorn's 4th base, by the way, being an orbital. If he's defending it, is all well and good. The problem is that you just basically have 2 areas, if not 3, with the main base, potentially, that has no defense of its own. And that's where things get really tricky, especially if you're not anywhere close to getting to Liberators. Command Center actually was targeted initially, these Vikings feeling a little useless in the air, but hesitant to drop down in case more Colossus are being built. Hero could certainly have afforded 2 or even 3 Robos behind all of this. Vikings will be forced to land. I think we need them, as the rest of the army was kind of caught up with Zealots on the left side. This army's losing out on Medivacs, losing out on energy. Hero thinks that this just ram Zealots head first into a wall is going to work eventually, and he's getting damn close. Bjorn's army starting to take some worse trades as the upgrades finally finalized for Hero. So after his 3-2, it's been looking a lot better. And then Bjorn's army hasn't gotten better because that 3-3 is yet to kick in. Still hasn't kicked in. Armor kicks in, but that's not going to be good enough. Bjorn is forced to tap out. Hero had 7-8 bases behind that, too. As you do. As you do as a Protoss. I'm telling you, you need Perdition turrets in the main StarCraft game. I feel like Perdition turrets would just be so good for Terran. Can you imagine a bunker with a Perdition turret behind it against Zealots? Obviously against Lings, of course, but against Zealots as well? Forget about it. Forget about it. Then you don't feel friendly fire, so you can just literally put them in the mineral lines everywhere. I'm telling you. That would solve all of Terran's problems. Actually, you know what would really, I feel like, be an excellent addition to StarCraft? And by addition, I guess I kind of mean subtraction. I really feel like it is odd how much the community has not been in uproar over warp-ins. Now, you might be saying, but ZombieGrub, they're trying to encourage gateways. They're encouraging gateways without actually nerfing warp-ins. Right? They buff gateways, they don't really touch warp-ins so much, and they actually kind of buff them because there's no longer a slow warp-in. But even besides that, I can't believe that for as long as we have had Protoss in a good position, shall we say, just allow the Warp Prism to exist as it does. That I'm actually, like, the more that I witness Protoss versus Terran stay the same, and I'm not saying a Warp Prism change would automatically fix the pacing and the standards that have been set as far as, like, build orders and all that, but I do feel like it's weird how much the community has just been like, nah, it's not that big of a deal. I don't know. It seems like the other semi-upper bracket semifinal is still going on. Last I looked, it was like game 2. Oh, it was game 1, actually. Okay, so it was game 1 was really long. They're in game 2 right now. And actually, Zerg... Oh, no, I was thinking of a different match. My bad. No. Max Pax was like being aggressive to GG Machine, so he held. So he won game 1. Game 2... Looking like it could go long. Fleet Beacon's on the way. Station Pit's on the way. Could be a long PVZ to wait for. Anyway, I may continue complaining about the Warp Prism. Medevac should build Marines. There's an idea. But no, seriously. How is it that the Warp Prism has managed to go so unnerfed? The last time it got a nerf was when they increased the cost, right? And it wasn't even by that much. It's always allowed for fast warp-ins and as many as you have gateways. And I feel like that should have been one of the first things to be like, well, maybe that's a little too powerful. But everyone just like, nah, there's other things I guess we gotta worry about, like the worker start. And I really can't believe the whole fast, slow warp-in thing is just also, like, people are like, yeah, okay, acceptable. After so many complaints came through in Wings Liberty and Heart of the Swarm about warp-ins, and they at least tried to deal with it by having slow warp-ins outside of the pylon zone. Pylon nexus, whatever. The more I think about it, the more that it's mind-boggling to me. And at this point in time, I feel like I've seen enough of what Protoss players think about, you know, being encouraged to use warp gates more, which is that, you know, many of them, they don't find it that interesting of a choice, and they really don't want to do gateways in general, because then it just feels like they're playing Terran. It ruins the race fantasy, and it's just like, why don't we keep on looking at changes to warp-ins? Oh well. I'm not on the Balance Council. Never have been. If I was, everything would be obviously fixed instantly. Fire the intern. Ugh, I do not want to be Margaret Thatcher. Ugh, gross. Bah, bah. I guess I'll BRB. I'm just gonna let you guys watch the PVZ. Obviously go to Roddy's channel if you want to watch it and full screen and all that, but yeah, BRB. I'm back. Who is GG Machine? Oh, he's been around for a while. He doesn't usually make it deep, but he's been a good Zerg player for a while. Hi, Apollo.
Emergency induction port.
Jedtian, thank you very much for the 65 months. This is one of the only games that's happening, so we are waiting. Could be Hero vs GG Machine. Enough for you to have 7 kids? Huh? Eh? Hi, cats. I got 2 cats just staring at me. I think Apollo, he's been following me around. Not because he loves me. I've been giving him extra food because he's old. And I don't think he's underweight, but I still worry about him. So I started giving him like some senior wet food. And all the other cats don't really care for it, but Ziggy will eat anything that isn't solid. apparently. So I think that's what he's waiting for. He's like, last time you gave me a lunch snack, I'd really appreciate it if you give it to me again. You know, I love you. Ziggy's just being a vulture. How old is Old Cat? Apollo is 14. Yeah, I think he's 14 years old now. Technically, they're seniors when they're 7, so... He's twice that age. We've had cats live to... I think the oldest one we had was 18 or 19. And Apollo's pretty healthy. He's been with me my entire esports career. I got him as a kitten and showed him off on my first paid broadcast. We didn't know we were being paid at the time, but it was still a pretty big deal. MLG community casts. It was a really big deal back in 2011-12. And then Axtos and Axlav fought to get us a little money, so I get like $75 for it or something like that. He was just a little kitten. I have a picture of him. Of me holding him during that stream. Look at him. Look at me. There's little kitten Apollo. He had so much gray fur. Yeah, it's taking forever. GG Machine does look to be winning though, doesn't he? I guess that had a date on it, didn't it? 29th of June. That's it though. We were young 15 years ago. So young, so full of dreams and hope. Oh shit. Oh shit. That Zerg army disappeared. Oh shit. What happened to the 40 supply advantage? Let's do it again. Let's build another air army. No overseer. Ugh. Not the P. I could be working right now. I did reach the limit of Claude for today. I guess I used it too much yesterday night. I didn't really feel like I was using it for all that much though. But I don't know how it determines usage. Asking it to translate subtitle files. Did you guys see the picture of Mike Morhaime? Well, it was a video, I guess, actually. The video of Mike Morhaime in 1999. He was so young. Much like we were. He looks so much more like a gamer nerd, I guess. With I guess his youth and his hair. Youths. She just left band practice. I think the GG machine has this one, guys. In 99, you also had hair. There it is. There it is. GG machine, 2-0 max packs. So, GG Machine versus Hero. You have an image of Mike Morhaime from 2010-15. You probably have an image of him when he does his BlizzCon speeches before he left. I think that's where most people saw him. I actually think I updated the bracket, despite putting the command there. Let me complain about the War Prism somewhere. You know, it's fun. It's funny. I haven't even played StarCraft. I'm not even. It's not even like it's a personal issue with me. And I abuse the hell out of War Prisms if I play Protoss. But I just feel like as a unit, it still represents the worst part about Protoss warpins. Some guy put on Reddit that Zero Space feels like StarCraft 3 to him. What are these people smoking? It's like they see bug things, alien things, and human things from the top down, and they're like StarCraft. Actually, I kind of had that thought too, Mike, of playing a little bit of ladder or team games when I was, I don't know, I was chilling, or maybe like a little during playing the campaign during stream. And then I think about it, I'm like, that sounds kind of fun, and then I remember that it's 8 workers, and I have to grapple with figuring out the build order that I don't know, and even if you know it, apparently is clunkier anyway. Because the thing is, I think I did figure out the build orders. It's just they don't feel good. Huh. TKL says Monday Night Weekly taking a month break, so they won't be back for August. They'll be back in September with a bigger prize pool. That's interesting. I do know. I know of rumors, so I don't know anything. There have been rumors, talkings, of Blizzard actually supporting StarCraft endeavors. Not the intern, I assume. I don't know. Maybe they're the same guy, but I have totally different pictures of both of these guys. One guy apparently is really trying to make things happen in StarCraft and Warcraft is more successful, and StarCraft is less successful because people at Blizzard basically won't respond and confirm or deny that he can do stuff. So I give that guy like a thumbs. That guy's like a good guy to me, right? Like he's got like the good guy meme face. And then there's the intern, who to me is the bad guy meme. What was that meme called? Scumbag? Scumbag, I think. Scumbag meme. I think it's the thumbs down for me. But they could be the same guy for all I know. Lockdown is our map. Bottom left is Hero. Top right, GG Machine. This is the winners finals. If you haven't seen GG Machine before, not surprising. He does play in a lot of the tournaments. He would usually get knocked out in, not the first round, but like the first round of what's on Wikipedia, which is actually a couple rounds in. Or the second, or maybe the third. But like he usually wouldn't appear in the semis or the finals. But he's still playing. He's still signing up. Zerg have gotten some buffs. The game has changed. Yeah, so all that combined together means that GG Machine, I mean, it just continues to post good results. Defeating MaxPax 2-0 is definitely a good result. Hero should be a totally different beast. At this point in time, definitely better than MaxPax. I think there was some argument. Well, there was never truly an argument, I should say, because Hero had always participated in offline tournaments and just posted better results because MaxPax never did. But as far as their absolute, like, peak skill, I feel like there could have been some discussion over who had better PvP, who had better PvT, who had better PvZ. But at this point, for months now, actually, maybe even a year, actually, like, it's been a long time that Hero has been the 100% number one Protoss, and that hasn't changed in the recent weeks. So GG Machine went from facing a very good Protoss, but who certainly would struggle to adapt to new situations, to facing the best Protoss, who does adapt well, sometimes a bit clumsily, but usually it works out in favor for Hero. So I think this will be a very, very tough matchup for GG Machine. I don't really know what Hero's been doing in PvZ lately, but we saw Max Pax try a couple of early gateway pressure. Saw some Stalker pressure, I guess. I don't know the exact builds, and then at least one late game. I got quite close. But we know that Protosses have been experimenting a little bit more, sadly. Not ideal situation with Sky Toss. Just going directly toward it. And I'm not sure that's stuck. I'm not sure that Hero is doing it all the time. But it has been, every time I see the Protoss start to line up for Sky Toss faster than they did before, I'm just... My disappointment in the patch just, like, triples. Anyway, hello, first-time chatters. Advice animals? Yeah, the old-fashioned meme. I don't like the intern. He's the one who's, like, messing with starting work accounts. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't like the intern, not because just of the product that has presented itself to us, right? Like, the end product that is the patch. I don't like the patch. It's also just from what I've heard, and these are all... Yeah, obviously I wasn't there. I couldn't say that it actually happened. But just the way that the approach from the intern and company have approached patching, I really don't like it. It sounds flippant. It sounds uncaring. It's, makes me believe that they don't actually care what happens to the community, and they're just checking off boxes and a checklist, which, you know, maybe isn't their fault. Maybe that's the directive from higher up, but is still very disappointing. On top of that, I feel like the person that he chose to work with, well, initially was probably a fair idea because they knew the editor. Their continued potential collaboration with this person is just, I don't know, less than appealing. I know there's only so many people who know the ins and outs of editors, but of the editor, but anyway. Well, 4 gas is coming up here for Hero, as he does take a third base. So just a simple Oracle opener, double Oracle. One of the big changes to the Zerg race, that larva change, can kind of be summed up by if they lost, let's say, 3 drones to an Oracle before, that would be potentially devastating. Now there's a little more leeway. And there's only been 1 drone killed, and Overlord as well. Shot down by the Stalker. There's no way for GG Machine, who is still only on 2 gases. I mean, should just be powering out drones. Pretty damn greedy, but Lings have been checking on what's going on. So far, they haven't seen any red flags. So the longer you can wait to actually build something, the better. So here comes the Roach Warren now. As it's not even going to time out to build Roach Speed with the lair. So that's pretty late. If he even actually plans on going to Roaches, is this still a safety tool, just in case there's a little bit of an attack coming on 3 bases? Some Adepts have been warped in, more than some. Many of them were hidden in the natural or main base, away from those Ling's prying eyes. This Roach Warren, man, if it had timed out to finish with the lair, might have been able to produce roaches to help against this. As it is, he's still building drones anyway. We do not have a lot of units. And we are not ahead in the drone count either, so this isn't as simple as potentially saying, I lost 10 drones, that's okay, I was up 10 drones. Nope! This could be pretty devastating damage, particularly if the Adepts scout the Spire that is going to be in play. Now, 9 drones do go down. The Adepts on some of their last lives here, but still a few more drones to target fire. They have not made it into the main, but they have seen a refusal to build roaches, even though there has been a Roach Warren, which might be a little weird. On one hand, you know the Zerg player, wants to deal with the Adepts without having to over-defend them, because they've already messed up. They didn't have the units they needed when the Adept showed up. And you don't want to make 20 more Lings instead of 10 more drones if these Lings would cut it. So there is that, But there is also the what else are your resources going into question that has to be asked. Didn't get into the main base to see the Spire. Mutas are on the way. Didn't even see the evolution chamber, apparently, to see it wiggly jiggly. But this could be a good move by GG Machine. I am worried. We're still talking about a more advanced Protoss, let's say. Roach, Muta, not exactly super strong units. The Mutas in particular relying a bit more on the surprise factor. Gases also weren't too much of a reveal to Mutas just because there was only 5 and barely that when the Adepts came in. I mean, Hero so far doesn't have any cannons for defense, just the one at the third base, and certainly isn't building any Phoenix. Although, oh no, spoke too soon. There we go. There's a Phoenix. So still putting things together. There it is. The Spire was scouted. Finally. Is this gonna have Hero turn back because of it, though? I don't think so. Yeah, this might not be a lot of anti-air here. It's really not. But he hasn't seen too much army. The Mutas have arrived in the main base, clearly not going to help out on the defense, and Hero's just going to go for it. Armor supplies are very similar, +1 about to kick in for the Protoss. This Immortal is going to be big against the Roaches that are starting to swell in numbers. Very few Ravagers available, however. They don't have time, supply blocked, to build more of those. 8 probes went down to the Muta harassment, but can Machine hold against this? Mothership is even here, could cloak on up. Yeah, I don't see an Overseer. It is forming. GG Machine tried to build it as fast as possible. Now it's ready to go. Roach is maybe going to hold up against the Zealots, but the War Prism is still alive. It's going to warp in another big warp in. Queens are not going to focus fire quick enough to deal with that. Oh, if they'd focus fire just a little bit quicker, the Zealots would not have warped in. Even so, 17 more Roaches are about to pop, but all the Queens are dead. We don't have any Corruptors to take care of the Mothership. I don't know. This is actually crazy close. The Immortal's also going to go down. The surplus of units are finally here. Man, if GG Machine wasn't supply blocked, I bet you he would have had enough without having to lose so many drones. But 16 more drones went down. Mothership knows that its time is limited. GG Machine is going to struggle to build Corruptors. In fact, it's not bothering to build Corruptors to take care of it, but you still don't want to potentially lose it, so it does go back home. GG Machine going to use what he has to at least get a cancel on the 4th base. All of that attack from Hero was on 3 bases, so not exactly the best situation for the Protoss player if the attack didn't work. The question is, did it work? And that really is a question. I would say it worked enough. Zerg has certainly taken a couple of beatings in this game. First the Adepts, then that big ol' attack. They've lost pacing, they've lost drones, they've lost cohesion, I guess, getting supply blocked like it is. They've literally lost Overlord, so we're back to being supply blocked at 124. Whereas, yes, the Protoss is only on 3 bases, but there hasn't been a lot more of the whole, I'm dropping all my limes here because I hold too many of them. Things have been lined up for the Protoss to rather calmly assess the situation and eventually get a 4th base, although it is even further delayed. But Hero's still comfortable as it is only 11 minutes in our brand spanking new patch where the minerals last a little bit longer. And I guess he's content building up more and more. GG Machine is thus being given time to recover that drone count. 28 drones in total died in this game. He did get up to 5 hatcheries, trying to go up to a 6th. Phoenixes are being built. There isn't actually any more committal on the Mutas, but yeah, if you see Muta Corruptor, that could be a sign they're going to commit more to Mutas, but this is so few Mutas that I would say no. It's more of that sign of transition to Corruptors so that they take care of the Mothership. So I don't know if maybe the Phoenix are quite worth it, plus the upgrade into them. I mean, there's not enough Corruptors to just literally fly over this entire army and go after the Mothership, so. The Archons and the Stalkers already ward them away. The Phoenix will do so as well. Satellite run-bys are seeing actually some good news. I mean, GG Machine is now on 100 drones, saturating 5 bases. At 82 drones, the last one gets out here is a respectable number. Satellite run-bys finding Roach run-bys. Everyone completing all of their research. GG Machine barely held on, but he did. And he's able to follow up about as swiftly as Hero does, but it's still... I mean, in terms of technology, this is still very suspicious for GG Machine. Roach Ravager can only go for so long. Any trickery of going Roach Beta, Roach Meta, Roach Meta is long past its expiration point. You're just working with basic Zerg units. Little multitasking could go a long way, perhaps, but Hero's pretty fast as well. Baneling's gonna crash into the probes, get rid of them, maybe even go after the Nexus. That would lose all your Banelings, however, and you still have the whole Protoss army to contend with, and it is a strong Protoss army. +2 Stalkers, Immortals, Archons. Enough minerals, certainly, to replace those Zealots chasing after the units. 12 probes did go down, but Hero should be able to replace that pretty much no problem. He protects the Mothership away from a handful of Corruptors. Those were never going to snipe the Mothership, but they did do some damage. 7 more Corruptors are on the way. But then without the... I mean, not that Broodlords are any good anyway, but it just, I feel like it feels bad for the Zerg player. It certainly does whenever I play Zerg, which is not much because I suck at it. But whenever you're forced to build Corruptors at all, it feels terrible. It feels worse than any other unit you can build, actually. It's a very painful necessity. But they're kind of slow, they don't have that great of range, they don't transform onto the ground. All they're here for is to kill the Mothership, and then otherwise they are not that useful, but they certainly are going to... Oh, that was a recall to the Mothership! More units coming on in here, and there's so many units in the sky. There's so much supply in the sky that just is like, what are we doing here? And Roach Ravager Ling was already going to struggle without the supply taken up in the sky. GG Machine was put between a rock and a hard place after the relentless aggression from Hero on those 3 bases. That really did kill GG Machine, and while he did an admirable job trying to recover, get to a good amount of bases, get to a good drone count, the technology was never there. Whereas Hero was steadily building an almost perfect Protoss army, now at +3 attack. GG Machine was building a scrap army of roaches. And this will be Hero's victory, although he did lose the 4th base to the Corruptors! Ah, I said the only thing they can do is kill the Mothership, and how wrong was I? But no, seriously, the only reason they were able to do that was that Hero knew he was going to win the game. He knew that attacking was better than going back, recalling whatever to save that Nexus, which is going to be rebuilt. He still has enough minerals for that. He still has a big enough army. He doesn't have to replace army and bases like GG Machine will, if he actually takes care of this army somehow. Don't see that happening anytime soon. Is Hero in Chunk Uncle mode or God mode? Huh. I'd say more God mode. Yeah. He hasn't done anything too wacky. Little, refusal to move on from Mass Zealot in a game versus Beyond, but that's not weird. I would love to hype this up. GG Machine has a hive, after all. Woohoo! But he also only has 2 mining bases. Again, Roach Ravager just sucks. I love GG Machine. Trying to build up again, refusing to let go. Even getting a bit of a hidden base. I mean, one part is kind of could remain hidden, and the second part is that it's going to have more minerals and gas than his old 4th, but if it is found, there's absolutely 0 way he can defend it. Alright, GG Machine seems like enough poking around, sees that he's truly exhausted all potential comeback options, and does tap out. Bottom left now, it is Hero, who is up 1. Top right, GG Machine. Was able to take down Max Pax, and not because Max Pax let him do whatever he wanted. I mean, we saw some aggression in those games, the amount that I was able to catch anyway. But I do think it was different. I think it was different types of aggression. As I've explained previously, Max Pax, it's not that he does the exact same build over and over again, but there seems to be kind of a certain amount of changing to build and pace that Max Pax will do, compared to someone like Hero, who occasionally changes his build order or the pacing or the aggression, you know, so much that it can feel like a different person, I guess, from game to game, but you just, you know, in totality, you know that it's Hero. You're like, oh, of course, that's Hero. And I think that probably goes a long way into making this feel almost like a different matchup. GG Machine tried to kind of push the greed limits, and he was really close to having everything set up in time. But, you know, I say he was pushing the greed limits because he skipped on the Roach one for a long time. He skipped on a large amount of lings. There really wasn't that many, constantly checking to see if there was something amiss. And he was just, for the most part, pumping out drones. But it's still, when we looked at the beginning of that Adept attack, the work counts were really not different. So I don't know if that's just a sign of how good Hero is, how good Protoss is, or a misread on my part. But it really didn't seem like GG Machine got all that rewarded for having that later Roach Warren that might have been able to help him against the Adepts. Certainly more lings could have been created as well if he had sniffed it out, but Hero did do a good job of hiding the Adepts into the natural and main. With GG Machine not able to scout in any way. And then I guess you can count the mutas going for greed too, which is that if Hero had continued doing basically nothing, or he'd attacked with Stalkers instead of Adepts, then the lings are a little more threatening to that, right? Then maybe GG Machine does get away with the Spire, and that's the real kicker to that game. If that Spire goes unscouted until the mutas literally arrive without GG Machine taking damage, well, that's a very different game, isn't it? But GG Machine did take a lot of damage. So even though his mutas were on the cusp of surprise, like they were scouted like a couple of seconds before or whatever, yeah, they didn't do very much. They didn't do nearly enough. Another Stargate opener from Hero. I expect Stargate openers to remain the most important opener that a Protoss has, but what follows after that's always the better question. Hero's intent on continuing to deny GG Machine these expansions. Stopping the natural, well, that's a given nowadays. But continuing to stop the natural from being taken? The pylon investments into the cybernetics core? You don't see that too often. It has been a thing. Hero has used it before, but it's a little rare. And this has got to be really annoying. Because I think even though it's been more than a month, believe it or not, since we've been able to play with the 8 workers, I still think you actually still see pro gamers getting supply blocked. So as much as they play the video game, they're still kind of getting used to it. And I gotta imagine getting that extra bit blocked is really messing with GG Machine's flow. In fact, he was supply blocked, and then he lost an Overlord again. Where is the stalker somewhere? That obviously killed it. And he supply blocked again because he only made 1 Overlord to fix that. And then did he lose an? Oh, he just distractor checked. Okay, so he couldn't lose another one. Jesus. But yeah, all of this comes together, I think. And it's a bit more of an obvious type of game that, like, you can really see what messing with someone does. Like, you talk about the direct damage done. Obviously, GG Machine couldn't put his 3rd down when he wanted to. He just took 3 drones worth of damage. It's all very direct damage, almost tangible damage anyone can figure out. But the amount of damage that you're doing, not necessarily mentally, I don't think GG Machine's, like, super tight on his mind. He could be. That is an aspect. But just the pacing that a Zerg player wants to hit, that's flow state they want to hit, it's just completely gone. Meanwhile, a Hero is just la 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 back at home. You know, not being threatened by anything. Not even a Ling, you know, run by trying to go for the stalker. I'm so glad that nowadays I can assume that it's not me dropping out. It's usually Pomi. Sometimes Braddock, once or twice TKL. Everyone gets unlucky, but some people have more questionable internet than others. Alright, so Adepts get in. Oracles are also still in. There's no Spore Crawler. Oh, ow, ooch, ouchies. Well, I thought that was going to be more like 9 drones. It was 6, so that's something. These are all the little pinpricks that the hero can do with very limited committal. I mean, that was just a couple of Adepts. The Oracles are alive. So they can come back home. Should JJ Machine say, you know, like, oh god, he's going to do the Adept thing as well, and I need to get something done here. Let's just throw Lings across the map. The Oracles can be recalled home if they need to be recalled. It looks like with the Adepts in position and the Oracles already flying back, they don't need to be recalled. They're just going to show up at the right time anyway. And there's not much that JJ Machine can say that he did in return. So while the worker count is even, and the army count is technically favorable to Machine, I just don't think that's the true representative of the game, with Hero having his economy totally uninterrupted. He got his bases when he wanted to, he got his workers when he wanted to, they're all been mining basically the entire time. He has already gotten a lot of infrastructure. +1 is about halfway done being chronoed here, Resident Glades on the way. All the gateways have now finished. So we got 4 gateways going up to 6, and they are being used as gateways. Hero probably needs a couple more pylons, because he's going to be cranking out units very quickly here. But besides the supply blocks we've been seeing in this game, both of them perhaps having some issues with that. I think just very clearly Hero is going to have a follow-up attack that could be very, very, very difficult to hold. This Oracle goes rogue, almost dies just for a single drone stasis. Other one's looking for something better. Single drone once again. Nice responses there from GG Machine, who is still checking around with those Lings. Did he catch a glimpse of the Adepts? He might have. Last few drones just finished. Now he's building nothing but Lings, but he only has a Hydralisk Den. And, you know, 4 Hydras popping out here would not be helpful at all versus Adepts. And that is so many Adepts with Resident Glaives this time, and +1. And they do have better upgrades basically now. They're more affected by each upgrade that they have. Oracle is pretty much out of juice, not particularly helpful, but these Adepts are going to slaughter a lot of Lings. More of them are on the way, coming along here. Proxy Pylon, I guess his plan is, yeah, it does turn them into warp gates now. He will not stop with the aggression, and GG Machine only has upgradeless Lings to deal with this. The first wave might have looked manageable. You're like, oh, okay, only 3 drones went down. No big deal, right? Well, you're entirely out of Lings at this point. Remaking them is incredibly difficult as your queens are now being sent this way and that. So not getting all their larva injects in and 3 hatcheries. It's really not that much larva anyway. 4th one not being injected. Hero just, I think he's... If he's doing this specifically because he figures GG Machine will over-rely on Ling defense early on, it's very astute. Hydras are now being made, and if you get to a critical mass... Yeah, he just taps out. If you get to a critical mass behind something like Lings or Queens, they are very good. They just did not come out fast enough, and Hero properly dismantles GG Machine. Gets revenge from Max Packs, and will wait comfortably in the grand finals for Byun, Max Packs, or Nicarax, or GG Machine. So that means that we'll all be waiting for Byun to face either Max Pax or Nicarax. Alright guys, I need to have a discussion with y'all about the Odyssey. Okay? Now, I think what I'm about to discuss is not classified as a spoiler. Pretty sure, in fact. If I told you why it was being discussed, maybe it'd be a spoiler. And before anyone says, how can you spoil a thousands of year old book, the movie is quite different from the book, as far as I understand it. Watched the movie, not the book, but I read a bunch of stuff about it. And, anyway. So what's currently being joked on by the Odyssey is that Odysseus uses the term Age of Bronze. And people are really making fun of that. And it kind of goes along with a lot of people's like expectations from the trailer, where they were like, there's too many modern things. Takes me out of it, right? You know, the use of the word dad or daddy. Some of the ways that, you know, they made the costumes, the usage of popular actors, all that. One, I think that all of it was totally fine when I actually watched the movie, which a lot of people agree with. It really didn't take me out of it. In fact, the popular actors all playing parts, I think was probably just a good idea, because otherwise it would be difficult to remember like who's who, what their role is, I suppose. But anyway, the Age of Bronze being used in the movie is being really made fun of, and I'm continuing to watch this unfold by like multiple discussions of it, and it did not take me out of the movie whatsoever. I think people can, you know, make fun of Nolan's writing, because occasionally it is like hammy or forced or whatever. I'm not saying he's a perfect writer. It's perfect dialogue. But I really didn't think that this was really bad at all. Like, people are, I think, correctly pointing out that to us especially, like the modern witnesses of this movie, to hear someone refer to an age is totally normal. We call ourselves the information age, the space age, right? The whatever. So in that way, that didn't take me out of it. I wasn't like, that's absurd. They would never know that. Two, they actually did refer to the ages. Homer referred to the ages, whatever, right? So it's actually not even, you know, it's not even going against what Homer wrote, right? In which there were like 5 ages, I guess, that he refers to, and actually happens in the heroic age or whatever fuck. So there's that aspect too. So you're not really going against the Homer writing. And then some people are like, well, we're not, it's literally in the time that it is, and no one would know it was called the Bronze Age, because that's something that we've called it. And I'm like, again, I think as far as like modern people watching it, it really shouldn't take you out that much. But even in the context of, would people of that age think that they're in the Bronze Age? Is it really actually that absurd to think that they would know? Maybe they wouldn't call it the Bronze Age, but they would know that one of the most important discoveries, technologies, trade was really, a lot of it was based around this, was bronze. Like, I don't actually think it's absurd at all. Like, that's definitely something that was a fact. Like, in the Bronze Age, a lot of emphasis was placed on making bronze. They knew that it was a really, really good thing, and that it was technology they had to found, and that a lot of their trade routes were basically gathering materials to make bronze. I think there's definitely some critique in the full explanation, again, why they bring up the Bronze Age, but again, that might be going kind of into spoiler territory, so I don't, just because you wouldn't, you know, maybe you wouldn't really understand like the end or beginning of an age during that age, I suppose, but it didn't come off as a meme-worthy sentence. Was it necessary to make it the Odyssey? An Odyssey. When the original movie, they wanted to go so loosely with it? Yeah, I'd say so. This isn't like they literally changed everything, so why even call it the Odyssey? They still wanted to show the Cyclops. They still wanted to show the fall of Troy. They still wanted to show the horse. They still wanted to show Scylla, wherever the name was. They still wanted to show Xerxes. like, there's still so many things that you can't just, like, replace with anything besides the Odyssey without someone being like, it's just, like, a ripoff of the Odyssey? Like, I think taking what was made and forming it into something that has, like, an overall theme, that can relate to the modern audience, but isn't, like, it's not, like, being like, yo, what's up, Swagmaster 420? I think that's totally fine. Because, as many people point out, so, you know, I'm definitely not the most educated on this whole discussion, alright? I'm not into Greek literature and classics, alright? But as I feel like many more reasonable people pointed out, like, it's kind of funny how much, especially something like this, would be held up to a, like, we have to make sure that everything's perfect and, like, really true to the time and all that, because even Homer didn't get it right. Homer was writing about something that was 1,000 years old. So... Are we in the commuter age? I don't know what age we're in, but I know there's ages. There's information age, space age, computer age. I don't know what other ages there are. The trailers do not do the movie justice whatsoever. Everyone, rightfully, I would say, myself included, was like, I don't know, the trailers, man. I thought that the characters, it would be very difficult to tell them, you know, apart from that's Matt Damon, that's Anne Hathaway, you know. I thought that would be bad. I thought the modern usage of, like, yeah, the word daddy, your dad, would also take me out of it. I never cared about the armor, like some people, actually, so I'm not going to say that would ever take me out of it. But, that's funny. GG Machine's asking to play on NA. But I don't think that really takes me out of it at all. Like, it was very, very well done. The movie was alright when compared to the book, 0 out of 10. You know, I don't mean this seriously, alright? But as someone who did at least look at the Odyssey, when I thought about reading it, we didn't do it in school, so I didn't actually read it, but I remember, like, looking at it. I think I had a book, and, like, the pages were, like, all uneven and stuff, and I think I looked at it, so I read some of it at some point. It is a fun read, but holding it up as people do now, I'm a little sus on. Obviously, it can be held up quite a bit because it is a story that has survived thousands and thousands of years. So it's good. But yeah, when people are like, the movie's good, but the book was amazing, I'm always like, oh, are you one of those people that you knew in school that, like, was maybe, like, a little pinky out, a little holier than thou, a little, I read books outside of literature class, and that's why I'm smart. You know what I'm saying? You know? Because then I also imagine the amount of people who were like, the Odyssey was so much better, and then they read, like, one story of the Odyssey. They didn't even read the whole thing. They don't know about all, like, the intricacies, I guess, that apparently go into it. Why people, like, you know, like, literally study it, right? And how there's different translations and all that. They're just like, I read it in high school, and I knew it was really good, so if I just say that it's better, I sound really smart. Are you shitting on book readers? I'm shitting on people who use their book reading as a way of acting superior to others. Yes. Again, kind of joking. Don't think Swagalina is this person. But we know that there are people like that. I was too busy talking about this. I didn't do the bets. Because apparently the bracket was wrong. We have just... like, it had Max Packs vs. Nicaract, but it was actually all done already. Beyond also defeated Max Packs. So, we are in the losers finals. So this is a best of 3 as well. Oopsie daisy. Excuse me. Bottom left, Beyond. Top right, GG Machine. Does this movie need to be anything more than entertaining? Does it need deep cultural roots? I think if you add those things, it is way more impactful. So here's the thing. When I thought about seeing the movie, it was because everyone said that the trailer was not at all representative of what it was. It's really great. It's really cool. I liked the idea of it more, too, than I ever liked the idea of Oppenheimer, which I thought was boring. I was like, well, even if I don't really like the overall movie and think it drags on, there's still going to be that scene with Cyclops, and there's still going to be a scene with, like, these cool, like, Greek things, right? So I was like, okay, fine. Like, I'll see it, and I'll do the whole experience, because people say it's really cool. So I went to IMAX. I was nonetheless still mostly expecting, feeling comments interspersing here, I was mostly expecting it to actually be just a story of adventure, right? Like, Odysseus does this, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then he makes it back home, spoiler alert. and then boom, there you go, that was fun, And I was like, well, at least I'll be entertained. The whole ends explanation and tying together of the story you just witnessed, I think was really amazing. I mean, if they hadn't done that, kind of twisted, a couple of things to make it this kind of different theme, and it kind of relates to, like, modern things, but like, it would not have left an impression. It would have just been a string of adventures that's cool. It's the same like with Interstellar, Technically, Interstellar didn't really have to do a lot of what they did. They didn't have to have Anne Hathaway do a speech about love and, whether that is stronger than the logic that they were presenting as to why they should go to one planet or another. They didn't really have to go into, like, the whole interdimension thing in the third act, which is what people generally dislike about the movie, but I fucking loved it. As soon as... Like, I already really liked the movie as soon as you started watching it to begin with. I thought it was quite good. But then you added this kind of philosophical, I suppose, but just kind of ambiguous. Like, you got to think on it, and you got to choose if, like, you would believe it or not. Like, that's what really makes me attached to the movie. So even though I can say Bullet Train is a very fun movie, it's completely entertaining. Or Dungeons and Dragons. It's a very entertaining movie. It's very fun. Like, it's very rewatchable. I'm never going to put it in my list of favorite movies. I don't feel strongly about the movies. But if Nolan hits correct, for me, I feel very strongly. And of course, that's better than just feeling that you got entertainment. And for Oppenheimer, I didn't feel very strongly. I thought I was bored. But what's funny is that I just feel like the Odyssey was just a more action-packed, cooler version of Oppenheimer. But yeah, I think StarCraft as a whole has no right to shame others for their perceived sense of superiority. I play StarCraft, so I'm just actually already superior. Anyway, just quickly going over what actually is happening in this game. Beyond did not go for a triple CC immediately. He has gone into a 1-1-1, but obviously there is a third CC on the way. 2 base pushes have not actually come back. Third hatch, I don't know why it looked odd. It looked like it was out of place. But yeah, obviously it was made. GG Machine, has he been tested as of yet versus Terran? No. This is first Terran in this bracket. So I can't say how good he is in TVZ, but I imagine this will be very difficult. Beyond is one of the best. Medevac of 8 Marines coming through here with just a couple of Hellions. There's no armory. This isn't a particularly dedicated attack. Yet it did, you know, keep in mind, it did delay the 3rd CC. So I wonder if it will find the success Bjorn's looking for. Diabo, but that's kind of, I already kind of went over that. Like, it's, you know, someone was like, why call it the Odyssey if it's a different story? And it's still so much the Odyssey. But, you know, there's also, I suppose, the argument of like, it aren't like follow-ups to the Odyssey. Some of them are basically fan fiction. Someone who knows more about this will have to tell me. But basically, like, tons of what we think of very, like, historical literature that should not be touched was actually touched by many other people. And, I don't know, maybe the contemporaries back then also were like, this fucking guy, he's changing the mythologies. Athena would never do that. I don't know. And the Odyssey also does incorporate a lot of the other, the Iliad, I think, and then maybe like 1 or 2 of the other books. So yeah, it's not strictly just telling the Odyssey, but you know, anyway. I didn't watch Tenet or Dunkirk actually, so both of those did not appeal to me. Especially like Tenet, I felt like the reviews were just saying that it was the worst out of all the movies as far as that audio mixing, which I think is actually a legitimate problem. Wasn't so much in the Odyssey, but definitely in some other Nolan movies. Like in Oppenheimer, there's tons of times where I was like, this audio mixing is terrible. So Tenet just seemed like the worst of that, and the worst of like the convoluted. You gotta follow along, man. You gotta expand your brain, man. I was like, that doesn't really sound interesting. And then Dunkirk, I just wasn't interested in the source material. I don't know. I just don't think I really care for World War movies at this point. 1 or 2. There's so fucking many of them. And it's, I know some people are like really into watching like documentaries, anything you can find about the World Wars, and I am not. But Greek mythology, sign me up. Anything I know about Greek mythology is from Age of Mythology, the video game. 4th base has to be cancelled, but at least it was cancelled. 5th base is on the way. This could be fine if that is the only cancel. And if this drop is being handled, which it is. 1 medevac already killed. Beyond is on 3 bases. Adding on a 2nd factory. No 4th as of yet. That should be coming up next. I'm sure both of them are very good movies in their own right. And if I watch it, I might, you know, enjoy them. But that's for an airplane ride later, I guess. That's right. I watch these movies that demand to be seen in theaters on an airplane. Making dialogue super quiet. Yeah, and Nolan movies are kind of like the most known for this because it just happens so often. Explosions loud, dialogue super quiet. Hello, the people are trying to fix it. If Nolan had come out of the Odyssey saying the Odyssey is good, but I can fix it, then I would agree. But as far as I know, he's just been very, like, deferential, like, you know, respecting the story and thinking that a modern story could be told from it. You know, I don't see it as some crass, self-indulgent, narcissistic glory finder that, you know, I guess maybe some people might describe Nolan being like, oh, he thinks he can take this on. What a narcissistic douchebag. I stopped going to movies as often back with COVID, like many other people, because we would go very often before that, actually. But like my mom really likes going to see it in theaters, so I mostly do it for her. And I do think there are some that are just, one, it's exciting, and like being with other people who are also excited but hopefully respectful is actually like it is an experience that is good. It's when, you know, people suck that the experience gets much worse. Anyway, and two, I do think there are some movies that are just legitimately better to watch in the big screen. Just like I think there are some movies that if you love them a lot, you also would want to see them on the big screen. So I've watched like Perfect Blue and Tokyo Godfathers in theaters during like the, you know, they bring back movie collections, whatever they're called. A modern story, but it's a story that's persevered throughout thousands of years. So to glean things from it is not, I don't think is weird at all. Like, I guess, you know, I'll just put it this way: if you haven't watched the movie, don't say anything, because you don't know what was changed, so you're imagining things that are being changed that might not actually be the case. And two, if you have watched the movie and you still disagree on changing things at all, then I'm just, you know, I'm done with you. I'm just like, we just disagree, you know? Don't mean to be rude, but we just disagree on things. There are times where I've watched or read or listened and I'm like, yeah, this was worse. They did change it, and not in a good way. And there are times where I've done the same thing and been like, they changed it, but in a good way. And if you have always, for the entirety of your life, been like, they changed it, why bother? The original is fucking good. Then, you know, you have that stance, and that's good for you, but it's also a bit insane. This is turning into quite a macro game. I don't know if I expected GG Machine to roll over, but this is him actually bringing it to... Wow, okay, that Wood of Mine just really screwed over Beyond as well, and the Lurkers on top of him. This is actually GG Machine winning. Here we are talking about the Odyssey. And we're about to have quite the upset. I think, yeah, this is going to be a lot of damage. Now, GG Machine isn't the richest Zerg behind this. Beyond has plenty of extra command centers. He can remake these SCVs, of which he's still at 70 anyway. But that was a moment and a half. GG Machine was not eager to let that one go, continuing to rally everything in, but just not quite enough to actually get Beyond below that critical mass. Because if that bio count was a little lower, this is the reinforcement point. Beyond is in a lot of danger if he has to hold up in his natural. But Beyond barely holds on and should recover the supply. Like I was pointing out, GG Machine's not like the richest Zerg we've ever seen. He is on 88 drones, but his bases are starting to mine out. He hasn't taken over the entire map with creep and bases. And it's not like he has 5,000 in the bank. So, this is a good situation for GG Machine, but one that I would say needs to win very soon. The longer this goes, the worse it's probably going to get. More SCVs are dying, but not the command centers. All 4 of them survive, again making replacing SCVs fairly easy. If you even want to. 61 might be a good point to which Beyond eventually says, yeah, that's good enough. You know, I only have so many minerals to mine. Liberators are out, which is really going to help deal with the multitasking that GG Machine's trying to throw at him here, and that means that Beyond can focus entirely on the front lines. However, rushing too far onto creep. I mean, the Hydra Frenzy being done is one thing, but the Banelings were eager to take advantage of that. And Beyond over-aggresses as a counter-attack, kind of loses the opportunity to counter-attack. GG Machine should be a bit thankful that just happened like that. That could have been much worse, I feel, if he had waited, kind of fanned out a little farther away from the army. Yeah, there still would have been creep to contest with, but... I'm gonna take a chill pill. Both of them. Beyond's on 3-3. GG Machine trying to get to 3-3. Or it is the Carapace. Gonna stick on Baneling, Hydra, it seems like, for the foreseeable future, adding in a Nidus Worm. He might add in Lurkers again, especially the more that he sees there is a lack of ghosts. I would not mind a second attempt at Lurkers, but right now it's kind of difficult to afford. GG Machine does not have a huge bank. There's a 7 Lurkers there. You can put them in the Nidus Worm. You can tag them along with the Nidus Worm, which might be the plan here. Nidus Worm plus Lurkers plus an attack somewhere else. Only one of these bases is a planetary in the middle. Ghost Academy is only just finishing. Obviously, the Lurkers were dealt with prior to the Ghost, but it's just... It's always questionable. Can he deal with the Lurkers without Ghosts? Certainly. Stalling them out and trying to get them one at a time can work, and with Liberators helping, it looks better. 2 Lurkers already down. Attack on the left side thwarted by some Bio plus Libra. I mean, Liberators are so good. They're good in the campaign, and they're good in the 1v1. Who'da thunk it? How's Zombie Mom? She's doing alright. I don't think she'll appear on stream anytime soon. A little attack from Bjorn, but once again, has to be careful about going too deep onto creep. Breaks the rocks, make sure that he can not just escape, but then actually just stand here. And then maybe just hop over the rocks later on. But as long as the Lurkers are there, pretty much not worth it. Machine gonna break them, probably a better choice. Ghosts are on the way. Building armor and high-tech auto-tracking is done. Do we have any bunkers? Nah, no bunkers. Get that. What we used to call neo-steel frames, right? That's what it was called. That upgrade hasn't existed for a while. Or is that the building armor upgrade? I forget. There was another upgrade. There was a third one. Anyway. That is a lot of Liberators. 9 Liberators in total. 4 still alive, helping. Make that 3, but... Well, Jesus, more SCVs going down to the Banelings. The SCVs are getting a little oversaturated, so... Every time the Banelings enter into the mineral line, they're finding a lot more SCVs than you'd expect. Beyond will have to eventually just stop making SCVs. Like, there won't be enough minerals to even use them. The 3rd's mining out. The 4th is almost mined out. Still has the ability to drop down mules. Then he's got 6 orbitals for it. Nidus from... Oh, no, it does get in the main base. Those are not real Marines. Those are fake. Oh, no, and he was sending units, but then he actually pulls them back to the front lines. I do not believe he meant to do that. Oh, okay, no, drop went into the main base. Oof. That was a little scary. Don't know if the Lurkers were in that, but that could have been a pain. Bjorn is still in a fine position. Not great. This is still, I would say, a very close game overall. GG Machine, what is he? 7,000 resources in the hole. That's still okay. If we start to reach, 10k, that's when we kind of assume that the Zerg is dying. GG Machine hoping to still take somewhat cost-efficient engagements, as he does have more of the map now, taking the bases and actually sending his drones on over there. Liberators starting to fall maybe at too fast of a pace. 15 of them have died, and they are not cheap. Bio trying to stop the rapid expansion of the Zerg. If you can keep GG Machine down in bank, they're always going to second-guess an attack. They're not going to have the ability to transition into maybe from Baneling to Lurkers. Or worse, I suppose. Not that we actually have Ultras or Broodlords on the docket. This attack is stopped by just good old thing Hydra. The hatcheries will continue mining, and Bjorn... now he's 9,000 resources ahead. Resources lost. If this base didn't exist, if he was still stuck on 4 bases, I think GG Machine has... would be doing it right now. He'd actually be straight up winning. As it is, with still a fresh base, Bjorn could still win this. Starting to bring his Liberators forward with the pushes. And once those Liberators are on top of the hatchery, I don't think it's worth trying to defend it, which is going to happen here. Infestors are being made, so we still have some improvements to the army to be made. Vipers are also in play. We haven't seen them. They're juicing up right now. Parasitic bombs to get rid of the medevacs is absolutely worth it. And obviously abducting the Liberators to take care of that is very helpful. GG Machine's going to be at 333, which is pretty impressive, whereas Bjorn actually did not invest into ship weapons, which I don't believe there's any kill count change. There's no upgrade you can get on Liberator against any Zerg unit. I could be wrong about that, but it's not something that's really ever highlighted. You know, if you get +2 against Protoss, the Stalkers get killed in 1 less shot. But I don't think it's Existence Reserve, but I still would typically expect an attack upgrade. If Bjorn was not just losing on the economy that he has, he needs to do a little more picking and choosing as to what he actually wants to make. Infestor gets 1 fungal, it's not particularly good. Obviously, Bjorn now aware the Infestor is going to try and pre-split at all times. Scan ahead. Can he get any snipes here? No, he cannot. The Vipers don't get any abducts or parasitic bombs either, and Bjorn is intent on taking down not just this base for his own, but also this one. And GG Machine, how many bases does he have after that to actually mine from? I think like 2 more. This is actually a very, very important place. I love the Baneling bombs. They won't kill the Marauders or the Ghosts, but I still love them. They do damage them, so that Widow Mine splashback helps kill Ghosts. And it gets them weak, so maybe the Hydras can tear through the rest of it. This tug of war will continue. GG Machine, knowing how important this bottom right is, really trying to hold on to it. Blinding Cloud, a little effective right there. Usually forces the bio forward. That's their initial response to try and get out of the Blinding Cloud, so it can be very effective. Frenzy, as perhaps GG Machine sees an opportunity, but that's a lot of leftover units. And only Hydras. They are glass cannons. This is actually so damn close. GG Machine just rallying everything he has. Widow Mines not being friends here. Hello, Widow Mines, excuse you? All the medevacs are dead. This is actually a very big problem. Those Widow Mines might have been better off not being placed. Some of them were extraordinarily bad for Bjorn. He needs to remake medevacs, but he also, well, I guess 12 Liberators is actually enough. I mean, he just hasn't brought all of them to the front lines, I suppose. He definitely needs to remake medevacs. He's going to be on a very marine-heavy army until he can get another base up and running, and there's even a little creep spread because of the Nidus Worm. Stopping the Command Center, which also did it die? 2 orbitals have died, so I might have totally missed that. There's still some extra ones that haven't been bothered. Liberator harassment going on to stop GG Machine from totally out-expanding. Both of them on very low economy. GG Machine just can't get his drones to a place, and now they're dying to Liberators being set up. Oh, God. Widow Mines are once again going to be dicks to the Terran. So far, they are not, but how long will that last? Little splash on the Ghost. Liberators pulled, so they're not in siege mode any longer. GG Machine, thinking that he had a shot right there, might actually be misreading this tug of war. I don't know, hard to say. 28 drones have gone down, but the armies, are they good enough? SCVs tanking the Banelings for the greater good, perhaps. Where is the rest of Bjorn's army? 68 army supply, but where? Only Hydras left over, but just barely enough to beat what we're seeing right here. It's the Liberators that weren't in position. They do get repositioned. They were protecting the planetary, and the Vipers are all gone. I guess they went back to recharge. Very important that they did not die. As actually, he has a good amount of gas, but either way, you're this is not a bank for anyone to feel comfortable on. Both players knowing how desperate the situation is. This is going to come down to, does the Widow Mine splashback? Does the Liberator get pulled? Does the EMP hit? Bjorn finally takes down this base. It's been a target for over 2 minutes. He still hasn't taken the base to the bottom, though, even though he has extra orbitals, because so much attention has been put on the fights. 1 Viper does get killed. Liberator's getting pulled in the Hydras, however, but it's not going to be enough. GG Machine lost his critical mass, or as Bjorn found his. That was extremely close. Again, if it wasn't for that 5th base, that little pocket base, Bjorn would have lost ages ago, I think. If it was any other map that had less of a combined 5 base setup. You know, typically maps, they definitely give you 3. Most of them basically give you 4. But then the 5th is, you know, some maps better than others. And if he had to reach any farther to establish a 5th, he probably died to GG Machine's aggression. Oof. Very good showing in TVZ from Merzerg, though. Damn. I did not know what to expect. Is building armor is not literally called building armor. It's reinforced buildings or something, isn't it? But I think that's why I always hesitate. I'm like, I'm pretty sure Neo Steel Frames was the bunker one. But it sounds like something you could also describe building armor as. Like new steel frame. I don't know. Yeah, everyone just calls it building armor. It's one of the upgrades I don't remember the official name for, yeah. Because I remember a lot of the other names that people still use the nickname for. Like Marauder Slow is concussive shells. Easy. Cyclone upgrade was Mag Field Accelerator. High sec auto tracking. We actually use high sec auto tracking a lot. We don't say like building range. Hyperflight rotors. A caduceus reactor. Tectonic destabilizers is a very satisfying phrase, I must say. I do like that. Just something about it forces you to enunciate, I suppose. Tectonic. Put Ben Stiller's face. Blue steel. That'd be funny. If only you could modify StarCraft more. Like, they had more fun with it, basically. By the time Blizzard thought to have fun with StarCraft, it was too late. In the top left, down 1, but a very, very close game. GG Machine. Bottom right, Beyond. Winner of this goes on to face Hero for a rematch. No matter who goes on, both of them were dropped down to the lower bracket by Hero. Yeah, it was a really, really cool game. I always saw it talking about by the time Blizzard thought about incorporating skins or voices, announcer packs, separate modes, it was already too late, I would say. It's impossible to truly guess where StarCraft would be if, for instance, can you even imagine Wings of Liberty releasing with co-op? An arcade that worked. Chat channels. Announcer packs. Just microtransactions at all. Can you imagine? It's actually impossible because they basically would have been 100% the forerunner on those things. Like, a lot of the reason why I think StarCraft was more likely than the other ones to fall to the wayside isn't just because RTS is difficult or as a overall declining genre. I also think it's truly because it was made and released just before the video game market changed in a pretty big way. Like, really just before. And the other games that were also made pretty early, like League of Legends was made in 2008 or something, I guess, and released in late 2009 or something like that. Like, it really wasn't that different from StarCraft. I would guess, I don't know. I'm pretty sure League of Legends didn't start being made earlier on. And I think that's pretty important, because obviously when they start being made is kind of like the architecture that they set up for everything else in the future. The older that is, the less manageable it is to use in the future, right? So one of the big things that they never could include was one of the watch tabs, because apparently just the limits of how StarCraft's and like architecture is the best word, I suppose. I don't know enough about programming. It wouldn't allow it. Whereas Riot, I think, maybe wasn't as constricted, could kind of entirely redesign like the launcher, for instance, for League of Legends. Yeah, it's you can't fathom actually what it would be, because it would have been such a different world. But if it had all of that, I think, can you imagine like co-op sales in 2010 when StarCraft was at the height? Like, the co-op sales would have been amazing. They would have been like, this is the new WoW horse. We got a 3cc into a 3 racks. So pretty damn greedy. Very limited on technology, and initially very limited on units too. To do this without a bunker could be looked at as insane. Nowadays, 2026 StarCraft 2, it's really not, it's still unlikely for a Zerg player to try and cheese you out. Especially if you are professionals and you kind of have an understanding of what you are supposed to do, what really works, and you know how you both play, that type of thing, right? Like, it's just, GG Machine could be a cheeser. Bjorn's probably faced him enough now that he knows that it's not the case. And then for GG Machine, there's certainly a certain amount of, oh my god, I should have cheesed him, but I only scouted it at X time. So that Ling knows exactly what the build is. It saw 3cc, 3 racks. It knows that Marine's going to be on its doorstep. But it's too late. It's too late to change your build. So, womp womp. Now, actually, it's going to be a little more about how GG Machine reacts to this pressure build. You can send the Marines out on the front lines and just kind of like, just do a little crab walk in front of the creep spread. Scare the Zerg a little bit. Before they have medevacs. You can. Something that Cure did actually with 4 racks, I guess, not 3. So it's not quite that build, but to be fair, GG Machine doesn't know that it's not a 4 racks beyond this. He can only see 3 racks. But anyway. GG Machine gets 27 Lings, okay. Has the Zelnaga, I think is really important here. And is probably eyeing it every like 2 seconds, if more, like every second, because he really wants to make sure these Marines won't suddenly show up on his doorstep. Here they come now. And more likely, the Terran will not throw away 20 Marines, because if they go on a creep without medevacs, they're screwed if they're outnumbered. But they can. And if GG Machine was guessing incorrectly this entire time, and this just stims to win, he could be in a ton of trouble. 28 Lings to start with is already a good enough count in case there was a dive. To then try and actually go after the Marines, though you definitely need to get that surround, which he gets, just barely. Nonetheless, the Marines could be okay with this trade, because they were on the front lines for a while. We do have production finalized. Well, not quite, actually. We do have some production. This is actually a little scary. 18 Marines for 43 Lings. I suppose technically it's better for, technically it's better for Bjorn. I would have been a little scared about the counterattack, but the Zerg player would have had to have, again, like overproduce or intentionally overproduce to, 1, take care of the Marine squad, and 2, counterattack. And counterattacking with only Lings, yeah, he has a Banling Nest, but then he would have had to make them. Well, that can also be a little sus. Marines tuck themselves into a corner. A tank is already prepared on the high ground somehow. And you're not finding it worth. It's the balancing act. GG Machine would love to be even farther ahead in the drones at this point, but had to respect the build. 4th base is done. 5th is on the way, is adding on those drones. No upgrades. Oh, +1 Carapace did finish. Oof, oof, oof. Thought I forgot about it. 4th command center on the way. Extra barracks. Actually, a second factory. Oh, there's the extra barracks. There we go. And so a second factory. Again, we're going into that later stage of TVZ. GG Machine was able to really bring it to Beyond. Beyond definitely made one or two fairly big mistakes, but it was because GG Machine was applying a lot of pressure. LOL is October 2009. Oh, that's a very good guess on my part. A demonstration of League of Legends built in Warcraft 3 game engine? That doesn't sound right. Can you link me an article about this? I'd like to read more into that. Yeah, I just linked the wiki. It's just interesting. I don't think it affects the conversation too much, but I think it's interesting history. I'm not believing you. Two is almost done, but at least 2-1's almost done for the Zerg 2. Hive about halfway, Lurker Den ready to go for potential usage. It's not a guarantee that it'll be used immediately. In fact, I feel like Solar actually often added on Lurker Den against Beyond and then didn't end up using it. Oh no, +2 Carapace. Well, so much for him being on 2-1. 1-1 is where GG Machine is going to stay for a long time. That was a nice snipe there from Beyond. To actually get into that corner where coincidentally the evolution chambers are. Another delay. That's, was that intentional? Like, did he see that? And it was like, that's exactly where I'm going to go? Damn. I mean, the reason I said it doesn't sound right is just because to have something, I guess, called League of Legends in Warcraft 3 would have been surprising, but, you know, I stopped playing the arcade at some point before StarCraft 2 came out. But it's, you know, it's still clearly different from what League of Legends would eventually become a standalone game that could be iterated on. Apparently easier than StarCraft could. So as far as a discussion, the launch is a lot more important, which is late 2009. Ooh, this is very awkward. Tank not sieged up. Goes down without even a shot, I believe. This one is helping out, but so much of the army was still in Medivacs too. This tank was also helping, but isn't enough to save the planetary. SCV's preparing for their lives. They give up their lives and the planetary. Fortunately, we already had a couple more built because they are cheap. Buy 3, get 1 free. And Beyond doesn't even bother moving what would have been a 5th over to the 4th. He just moves an orbital. Nice from coming in very quickly. I feel like the speed of this, it certainly caught me by surprise. You know, 11 minutes. Usually the Zerg player has a little time before they go, oh yeah, Nidus Worm. But it did not catch Beyond off guard. Eagle-eyed. Can he also defend the front lines? Yes, but he's going to have to give up that 5th base temporarily. Morling, Baneling crashing on in. Maybe no. Maybe no. The tank's going to be killed, most of them. That one's still hanging on. More SCVs did go down. And this is all happening while we're still fairly comfortable on 3 bases. That main is starting to mine out. These are all good signs for GG Machine, though, is it feels like he's doing everything a little bit faster. Like, his upgrades aren't as fast, so that's really unfortunate. But everything else feels a little bit faster. The creep spread's actually pushed out. The further bases are actually taken. The drones have been repositioned. The Nidus Room came out to threaten. Things are firing on all cylinders for GG Machine. And they were doing pretty well last game, too. He was pretty close to breaking Beyond around that 4th base. But I fear that with those delayed upgrades, his 3-3 finishes to just 2-1 right now. Oof, ouchies. That might still be too much to make up for. Yeah, this attack was kind of a stinker, wasn't it? Vipers went headlong and didn't actually end up doing anything. Did they? 2 Vipers just died. The army kind of rushed in believing that it had the opportunity that it actually didn't. Thought there was maybe less bio or didn't account for the 3-3 because it finished as he had already decided to attack. That was the worst one so far, unfortunately. But hey, there's only 4,000 resource difference, so it means he was very efficient beforehand. The tanks are set up. You know, Bjorn does have 8 racks and 3 factories at this point, so that's why he's able to reinforce a little bit faster than perhaps GG Machine expects. And these tanks are now in great position. Fantastic position. Night Swarm comes up somewhere, but nowhere on Bjorn's side of the map. Maybe, oh, it might have gotten the yell, but actually died. That's probably what happened. Yeah, it was right there. We also have 2 infestation pits, so that's unfortunate. But 3 evolution chambers. He is making up for those upgrades. I don't know if having 2-2 against 2-2 as well, right? Like at that time, would have gotten GG Machine over that hump, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. Now this seems like an unbreakable Terran position. After so many attacks, finding Bjorn on the run, finding tanks unsieged and out of position, the last 2 have found Bjorn totally prepared. Like, Bjorn is asking for a GG Machine to come at him at this point. Like, please continue throwing units at me. GG Machine's gonna need to pivot. And as you can see, he didn't actually make lurkers. So yeah, back to that point. You know, the lurkers, they are, the power is in their tech swap. Especially if they do actually already have ghosts. But even without them, the power is still in the surprise more so than their actual dependability as the game goes on. Space is cancelled, actually, not killed. Bjorn keeping his resource losses as low as possible now that he's got everything under control. The 3 factories, by the way, as quick as they were built, might have been a major contribution to Bjorn surviving. The fact that it was like, you know, I'm killing the tanks, I'm resetting the tank count, I'm resetting the tank count, and then the next wave, there's 4 tanks, and you're like, wait a minute. And then you try again, and there's 8 tanks, and you're like, wait a minute. Like, how did this happen so fast? It's very important for Bjorn defending this 5th base. Also, he stopped trying to get a 6th at the same time. Or a 5th, sorry. I can count. Don't worry about it. But yeah, the fact that he stopped trying to get a 5th at the same time also helped. A couple extra command centers. Perhaps one of these will stay as a planetary to protect that right side. More command... Oh, wow, there's like a party going on. What the hell? There is a legitimate party. What are they? They're looking at Nova and a Vulture? That's completely not canon, but okay. These command centers have to be canceled once again. 1 is killed. Abduct's coming in this time around. Tanks are abducted and killed swiftly. The rest of the attack should start to, yeah, expire. But hey, that attack opened up an opportunity in the main base. But it's one of those, it's this classic maneuver, right? Like, both parties are actually paying so much attention to the main engagement that the Zerg themselves lose the opportunity to get the Night Swarm in. And Bjorn doesn't over-dedicate a squad to defending against that either. Which is a legitimate use of the Night Swarm. I mean, as you know, it would have been great to have Crackling spill forth right there and start tearing up the buildings, but even if you did just get, let's say, 20 units responding instead of just 5, that's also a pretty good use of a Night Swarm. GG Machine in a better bank position this game, but notably so is Bjorn. So last game, it was pretty close and under 1,000 minerals for a lot of the late game for both of them. And this is maybe a more, classic and thus, yeah, maybe a little boring TVZ where, yeah, you just kind of, there's a point of which you say, all right, I'm really not going to win by overwhelming like I would want. So let's take some time to build up that bank. We have a big concave of Zerg coming in, but we also have a lot of Terran. Manages to grab a command center and a couple of units. I don't even know which ones. 13 tanks have gone down, but we're still on a total of 14. 9 SCVs easily replaced. Ooh, not liking the look of the resources lost anymore. Inevitable. course, but 10k in this type of game where there's a huge bank, there's still a lot of bases to mine from, is still manageable for Zerg. I'm afraid it's going to get worse and worse, though, because it's not even 10k, it's 14 right now. Friends need to jump on top of the rest of the bio, maybe get into some of these medevacs as well. Bjorn had split up his forces, so now bringing the rest over. But, yeah, that was a decent attack. Bjorn was a little under-defended on that right side, despite the SimCity and the tank count looking quite good. Will he actually try and take that back? That's actually, I would say, a very important breaking. Not because Bjorn necessarily absolutely 100% needed this base, as he does manage to get a 5th up and running, but more because it is a special extra effort to reestablish all that SimCity. It's not done. It's not forming a planetary or healthy to tank a dozen banelings. And so this is, the point at which you feel absolutely the weakest when trying to reestablish a position. And you do want this position. You want this choke that they have to go through compared to trying to surround you by actually getting even into your natural. EMP tries to hit all the Vipers. One Blinding Cloud did still go down on a couple of tanks, but now we got... Oh, the Command Center still helped with the SimCity, but was killed, not canceled. Fusion Machine not going to continue dedicating. Doesn't know how deep the tank line is. Didn't like how much bio was still left over, but he is stopping that position from being retaken. And every Command Center is still 300 minerals down the drain when it's not canceled, which is still, better than 400, but yeah. Another one not going to be canceled. Bjorn has extra Command Centers, though. Extra, extra, extra. Greater Spire is on the way. GG Machine. He's got a bank. He's got economy. This is not some cutthroat, dire situation that it was last game, where both of them were poor and barely keeping on to a mining base. And so, a Broodlord transition could actually be very useful. I don't know if that trade was quite worth the tank, but... The Broodlords would love to be a bit of a surprise, however, and, Bjorn is trying to scan to see if there's an army incoming, and in doing so, might scan to see Corruptors. As soon as you see Corruptors, you know what's up. And Broodlords aren't as great as they once were. It's nice to have as a potential plan, similar to the Lurkers, which he did also get the Lurker upgrades, but... Are they the GG win button? No. Scans trying to get an eye on, the base count maybe? A couple of these were on bases, but a couple of them were just on anything, trying to get a idea of the army positioning and composition. Because he has, how many? 10 orbitals. GG Machine trying to stop this base from being taken. He already mined a little bit from it. This was mining with drones somewhat, but I don't think it was ever saturated. So it's not as many were stolen as they could have been. But what's also very scary of allowing the Terran to have that position is that it's a closer jumping off point to your own bases. GG Machine still has the right side of the map, but 22 minutes in, and we're starting to count the remaining bases as a Zerg player. How many more Zerg armies can I throw at this Terran? Yeah, this army's gonna have to be picked up. Ooh, that medevac was low and gets taken out by the Corruptors. By the way, Corruptors, Bjorn's got to worry about Broodlords too, but right now the Corruptors just doing their job against the air. Liberator's going down, medevac's going down. This base not gonna be mining for very much longer. Not a lot of Hydras, but there's the Corruptors. Might have been better to let them on the ground, I don't know. Either way, another orbital bites the dust. We still have 9, plus an extra command center for maybe a planetary. 12 ICVs went down too. Bjorn, he's not a rich boy. GG Machine, 16,000 resources down, but that's actually manageable. He was around 13, 14, 15, like this is not exploding into like 20, 30k. And then I would be very concerned. As long as GG Machine has, 3 or 4 mining bases, which he basically has. And he still has a bit of a bank. He's using that to go into Broodlord. Scan reveals it. Beyond gonna go a little more ghost heavy, perhaps. We do see more emphasis on the ghost right now, so getting that count up to 18. Ghosts, man. Ghosts. Marine hit squad taking on the right side, which this map is very large, so both players, if they are off to the entire left, will have difficulty defending the farthest right. That was a quick little win there for Bjorn, who scans ahead. He does see the Overseers, and it still dove in. That was, maybe they were out of the scan range initially. An excessive amount of Overseers. No, this is pretty typical. It's not uncommon for the Overseers to suicide either accidentally, most accidentally, but over missile turrets, over Marines, or just get sniped, especially when they're retreating. Because it's still money to replace them. There's still a chance you get a cloaked ghost in if they don't exist. Broodlords are causing a problem. Obviously, Gun was very tank heavy, and certainly this is what Broodlords are supposed to be good at: breaking a turtle Terran who's dependent a lot on siege tanks. That's still what they're supposed to be good at. Ghosts are still good against them, however, and we see those actually engage. Yay. And then there's also the possibility of adding on either Vikings, which, is not usually the response. They're just not dependable enough. Or Thors. I think the ghosts are basically doing the trick, though. Down to 8 tanks. Ooh, watch out, watch out, watch out. GG Machine still almost max with 4,000, 2,000 in the bank. Beyond has run out of minerals to mine from on the right side. He's desperate to continue his expansion process off to the left, but it's looking more and more dire. These extra 2 bases that have just... they've been available for so long. It's not that he's been mining from them forever. They've just been available, ready to take drones as soon as they need to, for so long. There's never really been a beat missed for GG Machine's economy. Well, one little snipe was hardly anything. It was a bit of a blip, really. Beyond could still win the ultimate battle. That's a lot of ghosts. 20 ghosts! Oh my god, the Broodlords are really left alone. The fungal is great, however. It comes in a little late. Everything was a little late. The army didn't move until it was too late. The fungal didn't come until it was too late, and the ghosts had already done most of their jobs. Once again, clearing out the last of the Broodlords as Bjorn scans ahead, sees very little else. No Banelings to stall his progress, although there are some somewhere. Maybe dealing with this drop-off to the right side. Bjorn maybe finding some breathing room, just push the Zerg entirely away. Could maybe even think about getting this base. Sorry about the ads, but I've exhausted the delay. This game's just too long. GG Machine thrown down in supply. Still had the bank to replace it, but now? Now does he actually have enough mining? 52 drones, 3 bases, could be mining. He could actually get more, and he is going to get a couple more drones. But that's, that's for how much longer? He invested so much into those Broodlords. Oh my god. That was a 1 to 2 second difference. That could have been terrible for Bjorn. The Broodlords were just a little on the front, away from the rest of the army. And then GG Machine was looking elsewhere, the drop perhaps, just for 1 or 2 seconds. Ugh, pain. Decides to circumvent the army and goes into the third and natural and even into the main. That is going to be really annoying to clean up. Those are cracklings, and they have Burrow. Beyond forced to respond, but then having to move all these positional units. Loses the tank right off the bat. And it's a lot of bio and a lot of ghosts. I cannot emphasize how many ghosts that is. That is a lot. It's a lot. 19 of them still alive, ready to snipe down disengaging armies. Taking care of the Lings first. Now the Zerg comes back in, but as the tanks had positioned and sieged, Bjorn was very well aware of the potential of a back attack. GG Machine thought he had found an opening. It might have been a trap. This did not work out at all. The Cracklings didn't even really get into the main base. I don't think they killed that many buildings. And they did at first catch the tanks on siege, but then there was still such a large bio army. Beyond might have just persevered enough. GG Machine now. Ooh. Oh my god, 30,000 resources. Lost ahead of Beyond, that's a lot. Brood Lords. Never build Brood Lords. They're a gateway drug to losing. Unfortunately, a lot of these Ling run-bys, well, they're not doing a whole lot, but they're also, at this point, potentially expensive if they die. He certainly lost the safety net. When we were at 15,000 resource loss, 20,000. Still had a bit of a safety net. Boom, suddenly it's 30,000 in the hole. That's... Hopefully no map will ever be made that's big enough to accommodate for that, okay? Yoga Gear, thank you for the 94 months. If a map comes out that has 30 bases, so the Zerg gets to take 20 of them, so they can survive the 30,000 resource difference, that's when StarCraft has truly died. That's also when we know the map makers are losing their mind, losing their sanity. Oh, you can definitely say that GG Machine made Beyond sweat multiple times. Both of his biggest moments were around the 4th base to 5th base acquisition. They were damn close. What could have happened? What was it? Here? If GG Machine had had better upgrades like he was supposed to. I'm personally not convinced the upgrades would have done it, but it was absolutely a missing piece. GG Machine was finding some momentum. This looks like a campaign mission. It's pretty well set up. Things on the backside would be very useful. If GG Machine could get a glimpse of that, he might be able to take out some tanks. First level air armor that will not help the Brood Lords. Well, snipes don't account for armor anyway. Kind of just waiting for GG Machine to tap out. This is literally his last army. Again, realizing it. It's like, oh, you really do not have more reinforcements. Alright, good stuff. Bjorn will once again head to the finals for his rematch against Hero. This League of Legends wiki, I think, has a lot of good references for me when it comes to StarCraft 2 podcasts. In that, I try and tackle, I guess, you know, how to say? Besides being a chronological telling of the history of StarCraft, a lot more, I think, personal opinion and kind of deconstructing of like cause and effects will happen compared to the Brood War one. So, you know, like this line, by the way, they oh wow, that's a name. They met Jeff Jew, so whenever you just say his last name, you sound like you're being really weird. Jew was very familiar with Dota and went to the tournament. There you go. Back in Merrill had little success with potential investors. Publishers were confused by the game's free-to-play business model and lack of single-player mode. You know, originally StarCraft 2 was going to release earlier than 2010, but they did the whole Blizzard stamp of approval thing and delayed it. Also, Kespa, I mean, this is not actually like recorded history anywhere, obviously. There's no article, there's no written statement by Kespa that's been found that told the government, hey, StarCraft, Blizzard's being a bitch, do something. But there's enough suspicion, I suppose, about Kespa's workings that initially StarCraft 2 is going to get an M rating in Korea. And I had known that fact, I think, because, you know, there's in the Korean client, you have like different blood. Like, it doesn't show as red or whatever. And that was one of the things they changed. So I knew that there was, like, some problems with StarCraft 2 getting a more appealing rating in certain countries. But I didn't realize that basically this was at the exact same time that Kespa and Blizzard were bitching at each other. And Kespa is an official government agency. Like, the people who are on the board of Kespa aren't government officials, but they are approved by the Ministry of something in tourism, entertainment and tourism or something like that. And so they do have like connections to the government. And the government also was kind of more on the side of Kespa than they were on the side of Blizzard. So it's like a badly kept secret that Kespa asked them to create an awkward scenario for Blizzard. So Blizzard planned on releasing with a T for teen, and then kind of last second we're told, no, it's going to be mature, sorry. And they had to scramble and change certain things to meet the requirements of being T for teen. Kespa's still around? Kespa is still around. Kespa actually went through a big change. So they, in like 2012, I think, they changed their, like, a lot of stuff. Like their board of directors, their new head there was a lot of talk about reforming like regulations and how the entity worked. And actually, initially, it was met with a lot of positivity. Basically, people saw it as Kespa kind of acknowledging their past mistakes, and this new CEO being better. But then, this guy ended up actually being arrested for fraud and embezzlement. And it turns out that, like, a lot of what they were saying they were fixing, they weren't fixing. There's still a lot of corruption going on. They had taken a more hands-off approach to esports with League of Legends because they were forced to, but they kind of painted it as like one of the altruistic things that they were doing, but they were actually forced to because Riot basically didn't have the same history as Blizzard. Blizzard wasn't a part of everything initially, but as Kespa went to just basically be like, yeah, StarCraft's dying. Obviously, the new game in Korea is League of Legends. They had to cooperate with Riot, and Riot didn't really take any of their shit. But yeah, so for the most part, they kept their hands off of it. But in 2019, there was some massive scandal with Riot and Kespa. I didn't look into that because it's not relevant to what I'm doing. And then very recently, actually, like in the last year, Kespa once again was interfering where they should not, where people don't think they're on the right side of history. Something about the it's about the EWC, the Olympics that they're going to be hosting. What do they call it? The same people who run EWC are going to be running like an Olympic style tournament, but I forget what they called it. And Kespa interfered and said you have to do X or Y as far as like the players you bring to this tournament, where Riot was like, wait, you can't dictate that. EWC was also like, wait, that's not what we agreed on. Like, obviously we want Faker to come, and you guys are basically holding like Faker as a trump card. And then, the actual League of Legends teams were like, wait a second, like, hold on, like, how does this favor us? Like, what the hell's going on here? So that's all happened in the last year. So Kespa still medals. All right, we got a rematch. It is Bjorn versus Hero for the grand finals. Bottom left, Hero. Top right, Bjorn. As it is a rematch, Bjorn coming in from the lower bracket where he was sent down there by Hero. Bjorn has to win 2 best of 3s to actually win this tournament. Considering how good Hero looked versus Bjorn in their first best of 3, I don't have a lot of optimism for Bjorn, but I don't know. Every now and again, Bjorn will just show up with like a really strong TVP. Like all of his early aggressive tactics will actually work and very clearly unsettle the Protoss, and then his follow-up push will be strong enough to win. I feel like that was happening last week. Last week he was on a bit of a tear. This week, a bit worse. Yeah, Hero definitely dismantled him. Just go ahead and play the 2 minutes of ads now, since I can't delay them while there's nothing going on. While there's 2 minutes of downtime. You don't know why so many companies shy away from being mature content? Oh, you might be getting ads, but I think there's very obvious reasons why companies would shy away from being labeled M. But I guess I'll wait 2 minutes to talk about that. 4 worker commercial break, exactly. To some extent, we can say Kespa sabotaged the launch of StarCraft 2. Oh, they absolutely did. 100%. That as a statement is factual. The specifics to the whole, did Kespa actually ask the government to give it an M rating? Again, it's like nothing's in writing. But what's definitely known as a fact is that Kespa told its pro gamers they cannot play in the beta of StarCraft 2. That is a fact. It is also a fact that when their stars went to StarCraft 2, like Nada, for instance. One, they stopped a show match that was supposed to happen between Nada and TLO in a tournament. And they said, nope, can't do that. How they had the authority to stop it, I'm not sure. I need to look into it more. But they also deleted Nada's records from the Kespa website, where it had, you know, like that he won 3 OSLs and the Golden Mount, like all that stuff, right? It was deleted when he announced his transition to StarCraft 2, and only brought back after people were like, wait, what the fuck? And they said that it was because of a website error. So, yeah, pretty sus. Reapers are on the way, so we did start off with 1 Reaper, then waited for a Reactor, then waited for 2 more Reapers. They do take longer to build than Marines. Meaning, we have very little to deal with a Stalker. Hero probably not believing what he's seeing right now is like, okay, when do I have to leave? What's going on? And the only thing that would take that long to come out of the barracks are either 2 Reapers or a second set of Marines. And the first set's like somewhere running around, but I don't think the timing worked out, you know, to assume that. So he was ready to go. He was ready to recall. But that delay on the command center was great. He didn't lose the Stalker, so it was for the price of nothing. It was the price of a scout, basically. And now he knows there's 3 Reapers, so he's going to be a little more on guard about his probe lines. Whereas if he thought it was 1 into Marines, you know, 1 Reaper bothering your probe line is almost nothing. So anyways, yeah, the reason why no one, you know, you have to... The reason why, like, people don't want mature rating, mature game rating, or R-rated movies or anything like that is obviously because then less people can see it. Just literally, factually, less people can see it and play it. Now, when it comes to video games, obviously there's not a lot there's not as much card checking as there are for movies, where you got to bring the kid and then show the person their license, right? Mom could buy a video game for a kid and then, you know, have no idea about its mature rating. But we especially know back in the day, I would say, but even today, of course, but especially back in the day, there's, you know, huge uproars from older generations about video games and whether or not they're good for our kids, particularly if they're violent video games. So imagine an M rating at that time period. Plenty of adults would never buy it for their kids. Kids could literally not buy it. In Korea especially, there's also restrictions, I believe, beyond that, as far as, you know, there's actual legal restrictions, rather than, again, just like, you know, you could ask a kid to buy it for you. Like, if you go to a PC bar, you're not supposed to play or something? I don't know. So yeah, it's like this is why it's such a big deal, and because it's not a game that was literally designed with an M rating in mind. Like this, all the things that we see on the non-Korean server, just like none of us would blink an eye at like a 13-year-old playing it, right? So, you know, unless they, you know, put in a Doom-like situations and they were like, no, we want it to be gritty, we want to appeal to the older people. Obviously, suddenly being struck with a mature rating is quite a surprise. Would it be a good selling point? No, it's not. I mean, in some ways it is, but what? Literally, less people are capable of buying it. The most money you can make is not from making Doom. It is from making Fortnite. Anyway, 4 Stalker hit squad actually causing a lot of problems. 2 gateways are done, but literally only 2. Gun also added in Banshees, which Hero was not able to scout until the Stalkers got in. Those Banshees don't have cloak, they have hyperflight rotors, so they're just running around. And this is a bit of a chaotic moment with Stalkers attacking one place, Banshees another, and a bio tank squad threatening the front too. But Hero was able to deal with everything, really. Not too costly for him. Again, just off of these 2 gateways. So 3rd Nexus is done. Probes have now transferred over. They are 2 gateways, so they have been able to produce rather quickly. And that's kind of the goal, the plan for what they're thinking with gateways versus warp gates. Double forge also being put down. Hero feels like he's in a fairly comfortable position, having thwarted the Banshees and the attack, while dealing some damage of his own to those Stalkers. All again, while having a 3rd base actually finished. He should feel pretty good for himself. Colossus is out. 2nd one should be building soon. He's affording a lot, so yeah. 1/1, a Santa Lance, and a Colossus. But he's able to. South Korea has a low bar. This would be better than North Korea. I'm not sure that's correct, but I love that that could be the bare minimum, you know? Never hated that Blizzard did more with cliff movements. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, I don't think we, you know, need to have every unit somehow abuse it, but there are some cool things that are very much only allowed, I guess, in StarCraft 2 compared to StarCraft 1. Weren't really... No, they weren't highlighted in the best, most special ways. Yeah, I also, like, yeah. I agree with, you know, Mextron, what you're saying. And when it comes to competitive, you're talking about, like, I would like to play online and not have to worry about facing kids. I mean, there's... How often are you finding out the age of your opponent? So it's not even that much of an appeal. Like, how many people do you really think would be like, oh, I'll play this game because I don't have to face kids in it? Like, what? Yeah? Is that a statement that anyone actually says? Some adults will play a game because they are looking for something gritty, and they do love how, you know, mature it is, sure, but it's just automatically a lower amount of people that could buy it. You do? Well, that's kind of weird. I'm just gonna say it's kind of weird because you don't know the age of your opponents basically every single time. So, but yeah, you do you. You do you. Particularly for a team, like maybe there's some argument for team games. Actually, I could backtrack on that one. We're talking about 1v1, so I was like, you know, team games in StarCraft also you don't know your allies' age. No one talks in those games. But you know, maybe for like League of Legends with voice chat and stuff, maybe sure. It'd be like, yeah, there's less annoying kids. Even then, I think it's a pretty small population where that's like their biggest worry. They're like, if only this game was rated M and they couldn't buy it. God! You hardly ever interact with people, though. I think you're a minority on this one. This is interesting. We have a fairly quick transition over into Stargates. Usually the game goes on a little while longer, particularly... particularly when it comes to, I think, Hero versus Bjorn. You know, Hero will try and just shove Zealots down Bjorn's throat and hope that he chokes on it. Not this time! Perhaps not believing he did enough damage, believing that this is... ultimately the better way. If you can get here fast, you can... If you can beat the Terran to the Liberator late stage, I mean, more power to you. The problem is that if the Terran ever decides to actually attack, let's say that they don't just turtle on 4 bases and try and get Liberators with +2, then you have a lot of money in stuff that's not necessarily the most helpful. Tempests at a count of 3 defensively as the Terran starts to multitask this way and that, not the best unit. Overall, they take up a lot of supply. They take a long time to build, so you're cutting into your ground army sometimes, you know. But that's basically something you can bank on, particularly now with Yun and the way that he's been playing versus Hero, I guess, is that after a certain point, let's say you saturate that 3 base, a lot of the Terrans are not trying to move out anymore. They are preparing for the next engagement. They're building up SimCity in their main base. They're getting their forces of planetary. They're getting their sensor towers. They're not preparing for some type of, like, 2-2 timing, in which you would need a lot, I guess, not air to maybe help out. But yeah, Hero goes to air super quick on 4 bases. Basically, this 5th isn't even mining as of yet. A scan does go down, and I'm glad a scan does. Like, Bjorn must be wondering, why isn't this guy attacking me all the time? Because Bjorn needs to go more into Vikings. Without being out on the map, these Tempests now get to be in a position that will choke the Terran. There's already 10 Vikings. You do worry about Colossus after all, but now we're on 6 Tempests. I'm a little worried about the lack of Storm. This army is still fragile. And so Bjorn's army could take a very good engagement. Hero kind of moving as a blob right now, keeps on losing ground army to the tanks. We need to conduct a poll? I don't think we do. Maybe that's arrogant of me, but I feel like, again, you're in the minority. Tempests are a kind of storm. Yeah, anyway, no. I think we need storms. Storms make me feel better. Hero doesn't need no storm. Tectonic destabilizers. Hero takes extra Nexus, but doesn't even bother moving his probes, which are actually need to be moved. Hero taking a rather slow approach. Nice and casual. We're trying to kill Bjorn here. Bjorn has made more Vikings, up to 14, with +1. Hero currently just upgrading off of 1 cybernetics core. Isn't going to bother adding on a second one. Now expanding and adding on static defense. Nuke is on the way. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Can you hear the excitement in my voice? Well, this actually could be a very, very, very good engagement for Bjorn. Takes out all the Tempests. Now, of course, we'll take out the Colossus. What's left over? Well, 3-3 Zealot Stalker, which ain't bad. Bjorn did a Bjorn thing and seems to have misclicked or whatever on the armor again. That's the type of situation that I feel like Protoss do not want to find themselves in without Storm. Or Disruptors. Like anything that just stops the Terran from advancing. But it looks like the rush to Tempest didn't really pay off. Bjorn hadn't been totally blind to the development of the Tempest. That scan was maybe perfectly timed. I don't know. The fact that he was starting with 10 Vikings and hadn't taken any bad engagements prior was probably already fine enough, but if he had been building in excess of Liberators and sacrificing army, thinking, oh, he's really going late game, then maybe a surprise Tempest could have won. But now they kind of seem just meh. You add him in to maybe get the Terran to overmake Vikings. I think we're going back into a lot of gateways. 13 gateways are done. 3 robos as well. Planetary is going to fall. No building armor done yet. It is actually called building armor, by the way. It's so obvious that it just doesn't sound right. Quite unfortunate. That might have survived with building armor. Continuing to attack over on this right side. Now we have some Liberators, which are damn helpful, even if your opponent had still 7 Tempests, as long as you had the Vikings to protect it. Well, he's got 3 medevacs with Caduceus, 4, 4th one somewhere else, and that's actually probably enough with Caduceus for now. 6, I think, would be more comfortable. It's gonna need a couple of Liberators sieging up here, and then that'll pretty much rock solid. A couple Liberators and a Planetary. Make a Planetary back here, so a little less good, but probably still good. Just needs those Liberators. Just need some Liberators. 79 SCVs could also be sacrificed. Not all of them, but maybe 15. Upgrade's looking pretty even. +2 ship weapons now done for the Liberators. 2-shot in the Stalkers, 1-shotting with EMP. Liberator range on the way too. Continuing to upgrade air, both of them. Continuing to expand as well. Byun, probably comfortable on 5 bases for a few more minutes. But if he's not taking good engagements, I mean, it's going to get uncomfortable at 21, 22. Hero keeping the resources lost rather close. Not going full Zerg mode as of yet. Breaks through the rocks on the left to circumvent a couple of those Liberators. Still going through a choke. And still into what should be a very powerful Terran army. If it collapses on the Protoss and this other half is waiting to collapse, this would be destroyed. But, you know, it's not all of Hero's army either. Now he collects all of his forces with a mothership recall off to the left side. It's just pointing out that there's an army force here, and it's pretty sizable. This is going to buy some time for Byun to get the rest of his army over here. Disruptors flying out every which way. Just kill the Planetary, but not the rest of the army. The Vikings take care of everything in the sky. The Colossus go down, and Disruptors are much easier to chase now that you can tell when one does not have a shot. That is the engagement that Byun was looking for. He takes a pretty damn good one. More Zealots get warped in, but he still has such a biomass. I wonder if he could continue on. Decides not to. You know, replacing an orbital does need to be had, but he can do that pretty swiftly. He's got extra. I'll bring a couple of Liberators in too. Fortunately, they do not kill buildings. There we go. Hero lost a lot of army right there, but still not that bad in the resources lost. Still has bank. I assume he finally moved probes that weren't mining. Yes, he did. 5 medevacs going up to 6, adding on a lot more Liberators. There clearly isn't as much emphasis on the air. Planetary is going to hold here. Partially some city, partial building armor, partial SCV repair. Pretty good. Scan is looking for what is producing, and that's a very good scan. It sees the Tempest getting chronoed. And this Planetary might fall this time, but here comes the reinforcements. Another Planetary going to finish as well. 2 Planetaries! Liberators do siege up. The bio is kind of getting chopped to bits here. I guess that was a lot of SCVs, not so much bio. Planetary falls, backup one's fine. Liberators still sieged up. 18 SCVs fall. We are going to replace a handful of them. Hero might look like he's okay, but now a 6,000 resource difference. And I think more importantly, he's really low on gas. Zealots coming in, but EMP'd into the Liberators as well. Just enough Vikings to take on the growing Tempest count. Byun doing a wonderful job tracking Hero's attempts to change up his composition. Hero is probably not going to try and go this fast Tempest thing again. I guess I don't think it was a bad idea. I think there's definitely scenarios in which doing it fast will shock and awe a Terran. But at 1, I don't think it's the funnest way to play for anyone ever in the existence of StarCraft. 2, I specifically don't think it really appeals to Hero's playstyle. And 3, maybe it actually isn't that good. Maybe going that fast in the Tempest in a game that has not had much happen, so the Terran is on 3 bases going to 4 without any interruption, is getting a Viking count that's pretty good. It can go into some Liberators. Maybe it actually isn't that good. That was a lot of static defense that was destroyed. That was like 10 shield batteries on the Nexus. Hero tries to go another direction while losing his bases off to the right, but not finding much success there either. Hero seems like he's kind of just out of options. You know, he tried the Tempest thing, and then he kind of tried like half Tempest, and then he tried full ground army, and then he tried some Tempest again. None of it's working anymore. 14 Tempests have died, 39 Vikings. 12 disruptors, too. Not quite at 100 zealots lost. Only 42 Marines were lost. Is that a weird thing to look at? Or is that just me? I guess you just haven't made as many as you would expect. Somehow, this base is still mining. I assumed that was going to topple. Okay, now Beyond scans it and it's like, hey! Hey! Wait a second. Still splitting up his forces very well. Most of the army really is up there, so... that wasn't a recall to the bottom right. Okay, that was a recall over here. Okay. Either way, it defends that corner base. But Bjorn has also moved his entire army. Maybe he saw or heard the recall. And he is ready to tango, going through a time warp. The Vikings still getting shots off. Tempest on the run, there's 9 of them. But against the mass amount of bio, they might not stack up. Against pure Viking, they clearly are going to win out. But the bio is on the hunt, running after everything here. Hero losing a lot, still has some minerals in the bank. Not so much gas. Eventually runs back to a point in which Bjorn no longer thinks it's wise to chase. He had left a lot of his Liberators back there. His Viking count is not high enough to tackle Tempest on their own. And it seems less and less likely the Marines are going to get into range. And he doesn't have that many Marines to begin with. Even if he had got underneath the Tempests, it's not 60 Marines to kill them, it's 18. So probably a wise withdrawal there from Bjorn. Doesn't want to let this base get away for free. Segments a portion of the army, but needs to focus up here too. Planetary does go down. That many Tempests will kill a building pretty quick. Now up to 15 Vikings. Really nothing else to protect the Tempest. Just a handful of Stalkers. No Storms, no Archons. Even Carriers can be somewhat helpful just because their Interceptors can... If they're not focus firing and an entire volley of Viking shots get wasted, that's effective, but then again, the Carrier could just be immediately focus fired down, so... Trying to say these are almost simple math situations going on right now. Because there's not a lot of variance in the Protoss army anymore. There's no Storms that could be amazing. There's no Disruptors that could get their shots. It's kind of a checklist. Do you have enough Vikings to the Tempest? Do you have enough Crown Army to the Ground Army? And I think Bjorn does. Hopefully he doesn't nuke his own army. He's good. This base actually survived. But Bjorn is going to be able to take down this one. Bjorn absolutely needs a base. This is his last mining base. It looks like he might be able to grab one very, very soon. Clearly, Hero very dependent on Zealots at this point. Dependence or specifically choosing Mass Zealot, hard to say, both. I would say some desperation is starting to appear. Barely able to afford this mothership with the gas that he had. But also Mass Zealot can be a pain, let's be honest. That many Zealots is kind of crazy. We got EMPs and we got a lot of Marines now and no splash to take down the Marines. This is one of those weird things that can happen. You don't often talk about, you know, pro gamers especially will almost always have the right balance of Marines versus Marauders. And generally, Marauders are pretty good. But there's certain situations where actually Mass Marine might do better. And I would say if someone doesn't have Colossus, Disruptors, Storms, the Marines are going to shred these Zealots. And just one layer of Marauders on the front is really all it would take, I think. This could be the final battle. All the Tempests are dead. Vikings can now land. The Zealots are getting a bit of a surround, but no observer as the Ghost Cloak up. The Vikings land, and they have excellent damage. And then they're in a very good position, too. That was Hero's last hurrah. And that does not win the fight. That's it. Bjorn has persevered through 27 minutes. Hero is out of options. I'm a little surprised he didn't tap out right there. And I gotta say, the Complete's refusal to make Storm is a little shocking. Is it as easy as he makes Storm, he wins? No. But it's also not as easy as, oh, he has EMPs, so therefore storms would never work. Never has that ever been the case in the history of StarCraft. Storms will always find a way, much like life. The Vikings are still there? I mean, they're on a different hockey, but they might have also intentionally be left there? Hard to say. They are all going to go down, and they got a mothership to kill. Beyond racing back across the map to try and defend this base. Is going to get there fast enough, actually. The Vikings, they stood strong. They did it. They held on, man. They held on. And this is actually still a little closer than I gave it credit for. Hero did still have 2 bases mining for a little while. Now he only has 1 base mining. Bjorn wasn't too much better, honestly, and a lot of his supply were in Vikings, which did take out the mothership. Now they can land once again. Cloaked Ghost also still helpful, no observer. Hey. Down to the last little remnants once again, but I think Bjorn is going to be fine. Medevac's full of juice, bio reinforcing, Vikings still contributing. And Hero has actually even lost the Nexus, so no replacing the economy. Oh, now he had a Templar Archives this whole time? And he never researched Storm, and he never made any Archons. Well, now Archons are coming in. As the Ghosts have depleted their energy, the Archons are looking pretty freaking strong. Beyond forced to disengage. If he has to go up this base, he has no mining. He could actually take other bases with orbitals, but he's not thinking about it right now. He's so focused on trying to win these battles. Which I think he will, eventually. But my god. If he lifts these 4 or 5 extra orbitals, he could have free mining at this point. Hero is all in on the right side. He's got no extra bank to just send a couple of zealots this way or that. Beyond able to have a breath and actually does send an orbital to a new location. He can mule hammer so much. He still has so much energy. SCV is getting pulled into this. EMP is available, turning those Archons into nothing. And that is finally officially it. GG's. But I see why Hero's stuck in the game. That got way closer. Hero very eager to get into the next game. Gotta play ads, but I will BRB as well. We won't miss anything. We even got back in time for the loading screen. Hot damn. What's the tip today? Played by professional gamers. Watch pro matches to learn new strategies. Whoa, thanks, Blizzard. In the bottom left of this final best of 3, well, almost, maybe, possibly, it is Hero. In the top right, it is Bjorn. Bjorn's up 1. He wins this game. We get sent to another best of 3. But I do not expect Hero to ever play the way that he did in that last game. He tried a quick transition into Tempest, and it failed. It really did. Even as 6 of them showed up on the front lines before Bjorn accommodated for them, it still didn't really do that much. Honestly, their handling was a little questionable as well. It kind of felt like, disclaimer, obviously Hero's the best Protoss, he's really good, his micro's top tier, but it actually did feel like, especially with some of the first engagements, like Hero was kind of hoping that just showing up with the Tempests would have been enough. There was a lot of, frankly, 1A moving. We saw the entire clump of Protoss move at the same time, rather than the Tempests being controlled separately to take out those tanks. And then you're like, well, the Vikings are there. Well, the Vikings respawn, then the Stalker's supposed to blink in, right? And the Viking count wasn't that high. 10 was respectable, but... Anyways, we just saw kind of a blob move. Which I think he started to realize, like, didn't work. And maybe a little bit more of the division of hotkeys and kind of responsibilities of the army started to happen, but... I don't know. Having watched it unfold, I do not think the Quick Tempest looked good, but maybe that's user error. Some other Protosses who like doing that against Turtle Terrans might have more experience. I know how to abuse situation more. I don't know. But the way Hero played with it, it almost felt like he was hoping that, you know, like surprise, 20 Zealots could just overwhelm a Terran who didn't expect them. Surprise. 6 Tempest could have done it too. I think he doesn't go Tempest again. I think he goes Mass Gateway, which has worked out way better versus Beyond. So we gave him the 2-0. To send Beyond to the lower bracket, but Hero, sometimes it looks like he's using the entire series to experiment, even to his own detriment. You know, even him losing just because it looks like he's experimenting. I like to think that it's just because Hero actually has legitimate fun playing StarCraft. It's a shocking thing to say. Doesn't feel right, but I think that's actually the case. In fact, if I thought of 2 players who actually thoroughly just enjoy playing StarCraft, it's probably these 2. Like, I get the impression that, like, they wouldn't really change anything. Obviously, that's not exactly true. Both have commented on balance and design and all that, but nothing will actually truly stop them from having fun. That 2 is good enough for me in co-op. It's not good enough for these pro gamers. I think they're better than me. God. This time around, we did have a reactor first, I believe. Yeah, the 1 Reaper. Yeah, and then 2 Reapers and 2 Marines. No oddity that was last game where the Stalker was able to just, hey, surprise. Nothing's here. Let's stall out the command center. I'm assuming that pylon meant to block. Or maybe it is just to notify him. Because, yeah, it definitely doesn't block. I would have thought it did. What do I know about the maps? I don't play this game. Little 1-1-1 opener from Beyond. Last time he went for a Banshee opener that was surprisingly unsuccessful. Banshees didn't do anything and the Marine tank were forced to flee. This time, a couple of Marines and a Cyclone. We're looking to get into the main base. Thought about catching the Stalkers that were chasing the Reaper. Now back to the main. No supply block there, I saw that. No blink has started as of yet. Hero saw something on the way. His observer now is getting more of the intel. But he really wanted to emphasize this Immortal. And he is supply blocked. Again. Charge is on the way instead of blink. The 3rd Nexus as well, but no 3rd Nexus pylon, so yeah, it's taken a very, very long time for Hero to be on supply block. This is a supply block. My god. My god. Well, fortunately for Hero, Beyond isn't doing anything that I would say it was actually game ending. If this was a tank push, with a couple of SCVs alongside of it, I'd be very worried. But it isn't. So Hero is going to recover from those supply blocks. He's dealt with the harassment squad. And the game will go on. He knows that their Nexus is done. Might be a little surprised by this charge first. I wonder if he's going to build a Warp Prism after this. He's only up to 4 gateways. So he's definitely not near a planned charge lot attack. Yeah, Robotics Bay's on the way too. Still very Zealot heavy. He's going to 2 base? No. He is on 3 bases. He is producing probes. I'd say the charge first might have been for the possibility of a tank push. Any 2 base from the Terran. Charge first can handle in certain ways. My cat almost missed jumping and almost died, basically. He's good, though. But the weakness of charge first is obviously that you do not have Blink Stalkers. 2, 1, get out on the map. Go for a little harassment. Go for tracking the army, you know, if your observer dies especially. And 2, it doesn't have anything to actually take care of air units, the medevacs that fly around, the Liberator that could show up, the Raven. The Raven is going to get a handful of probes here. Warp Prism did go into the main, yield charge, but I mean, like, theoretically, Blink also could have been done at this point. Ugh, it's getting really hot. The Raven, I guess, was found and dealt with. Thank you, Ventatron. Thanks for the 100 bits. I'm trying to get a train started. So Raven is going to go in. Okay, and it's not going to go in. I would think 3 auto turrets would still be worth it. Oh god, no, that's absolutely... No. That's absolutely not worth it. Distracted by the Warp Prism and the Natural while trying to attack at the front. This Raven also might just be pretty happy with Immortals chilling back at home, because Beyond is about to hit the 4th base. Hero then moves all of his army, but a little bit late. A little bit late, y'all. This is a little concerning. This is going to be a better trade. And Beyond was maybe even expecting a really good trade, and the Widowmine hit. Tank does go down. Zealots on the backside should take care of this as well. 8 probes, however, also fell because he moved the units out of position. I guess a little focus fire must have happened too. Auto turrets can be very good, but the medevacs, they need to be able to escape. There's only 4 stalkers, but they do have blink, and they do target down a medevac with units. Hero has 2 Colossus. Bjorn's Viking count only at 2. So Marauder count's pretty good. Widowmine's also available for the Zealots that are going to be warped in. And there's only 4 gateways for our Protoss player. Widowmine's hitting those Zealots almost perfectly. It's exactly what you would want. But still, the left side of the Protoss army is intimidating. The Immortal. Loving the amount of Marauders that were left over for it to kill. More reinforcements desperately needed on the front lines. 1-1 to 2. Attack is going to be our upgrade situation for the upcoming engagement. Hero's 4th base standing strong. 70 probes. Beyond not going to begin to a 4th anytime soon. It's actually in some trouble. I can't believe that worked out. He pulled those units so late. The Raven hardly seems worth it. Such a big delay on the starport. Viking number starting to increase. Hey, an anti-arm missile is not bad. Trying to show the best of his micro capabilities, take on this army. SCVs, though, forced to be pulled as well. Could be going after the Stalkers. 11 of them die. Warp Prism in the main. Hero can't let Bjorn breathe, I guess. I suppose he is pulling back for now, but now that they're at the 8 gateways, we're on the 5th base. Warp Prism still being a nuisance, finally taken care of with the Widow Mine. But 14 SCVs went down. Resource trades actually almost identical. What? How? But obviously Hero's in a better position. Again, 5 bases. Bjorn does not have his 4th started. His armor is only just coming down, so he's going to fall behind on those upgrades. A 6th gets added on for Hero. Too many wasted Zealots? I don't know about that, man. Hero still has a very good army, and Zealots are pretty cheap for him. And Bjorn will just tap out. Man. That Raven distracted 2 Immortals, a Sentry, a Stalker, 3 Zealots. And that attack on the 3rd or the 4th again, yeah, it was a 4th. Looked weak as fuck. Can the Raven see why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch? Now the series tied up 1-1. Top left of Rainfall. Excuse you. Where are my ambient sounds? Where's the rain? Well, I'm disappointed. I'm no longer excited about being Rainfall. Top left Hero, bottom right Bjorn. At least we get the cool Terran soundtrack. So if Hero wins, he wins. If Bjorn wins, he has to play another best of 3. Playing another best of 3 versus Hero sounds excruciating right now. Because Hero is Hero's looking very good in TVP, and the game that Bjorn won was 20-something minutes. No easy victories. Bjorn might agree with me. He's sending out an early SEV, but that is just going to be for an engineering bay block and mess up Hero's build order. I love the rain sounds. The rain sounds that are supposed to be on Rainfall and are not. And the fire sounds of like pixel video games, I think are both some of the most satisfying sounds in the world. Like the fire one especially, I don't know. Something about the crackling. So this engineering bay block is going to get to its 99%. Well, it could have. Alright, my bad. It could have. I suppose there's a certain point of which... Oh, I heard thunder. They either are or are not dealing with the engineering bay block, and I guess, yeah. Clearly not going to be able to take care of it and get the naturals, so you go to the 3rd. Zealot was made, so it can start to take out the engineering bay. Bjorn's not gonna wait for that to happen. I don't know if that's actually a good idea, though. Well, it does directly impact his command center timing. Even at 100 minerals cheaper, the point is it does still delay the command center. Just because it's Zealot... oh, which he actually did not take the 3rd! Oh! He canceled it. He was like, yeah, sucker. I'm gonna have a super, super safe natural. Screw you, man. But I was also gonna say that the Zealot could go across the map at that point then. Which it does, and gets met by a Reaper, so... Takes a lot of damage, but clearly Bjorn needs to build something of a defense. Not because of the Zealot, because of the Stalker. And what could be more beyond that? You don't know. Reaper needs to get back here and actually check that there isn't something amiss build order-wise. Yes, a Nexus was taken to Beyond. It looked like the third, but it's actually the natural, and he's gonna go. No, he's taken. There's potential for Beyond to really misread the situation. Okay, whew. Okay, whew. You know, either he scouts that it's not there and he thinks it's an all-in, or he scouts that and then doesn't re-scout that and thinks it's like a 3-base situation. That would have been so funny. Anyway, you know, maybe there is a proxy pylon out there. Maybe there is some type of weird kind of 2-gate you can follow up with that barely works. You know, Hero would be the one to figure that one out. So, utmost safety back at home. High ground command center. Bunker. Going into the 111. Sentry's actually being made, so... I mean, after it's the 4th unit being made, so it's not like it's a quick one, but... You will be able to see exactly what Bjorn's got. Bjorn went for a Cyclone drop in the last game, and then before that he did go for Hyperflight Rotor Banshees. Clearly he's got some builds he could throw out and surprise Hero. In their previous series, he went for 3 racks. He actually hasn't done the same build twice so far. So for the hallucination, say 100% for a fact, this goes into a Widowmine drop. Maybe into a Raven after. That Raven seemed awfully useless. It killed 9 probes, it distracted an army. You'd think that would be a useful Raven, but... Well, I don't think he really meant to lose the hallucination, but I guess it doesn't really matter. He could have gotten back in to confirm the tech labs stay on these buildings. So is I think the thing that would be most missed from losing the hallucination. Oh, dear lord. Oh, no, 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 no. He's going to barely not lose the medevac. Yeesh. Yiza. I think he needs 2 shots to die. No! Oh, he's not moving it. No! Oh, that's so painful. Hallucinated probe was made so that the, Widowmine didn't shoot anything. That is not how you want to start your last life in the tournament. Blink is done. 2 gateways, no warp gate, no warp prism. So this shouldn't kill Bjorn, but it's still scary. He doesn't know all the things I just said. He actually does manage to get somewhat of a scout. He used the second Widowmine, which did drop, to then go and look, which is better than nothing. So, but, you know, 3rd Nexus doesn't actually mean there's no Warp Prism. Max Beck says this all the time. There isn't, and the more that it doesn't appear in the main base to ruin Bjorn's day, the calmer he'll feel about this game. Here we're really not letting any unit get off the hook. Raven was the follow-up. Maybe this one will look better. Auto turret harassment is effective enough, I would say. Raven, a little over half health. Sure. Pours out a shield battery as well. Attack on the front. Giselle is going to scout. That was very nice timing for Hero, who otherwise did not have any form of scout in the front. The stalkers were busy. No, he also has a stalker here and a stalker there. He was looking at all avenues of potential attack, drops, or just a push down the middle. It'll time out nicely with all the upgrades for Bjorn. That Hero should have everything he needs to defend against this. Nothing has gone amiss for Hero. I don't think he's been supply blocked this time. Oh, an SCV pull. Okay, alright, Bjorn, no 3rd CC. The boys are coming. They're going to try and win this game. Lickety split. I love the Colossus. The Raven's not going to be included here. The scan does reveal it's a hallucination, but the AI will forget that as the scan dissipates. Zealots take out most of the SCVs, but the SCVs made about that time that he wanted. Now the tanks are that much closer to hitting something integral. For instance, this Robo, he knows the Colossus is fake. He goes after the Stalkers. Wouldn't mind to help the tanks on the backside. Hero is in a lot of trouble. Didn't expect the SCV pull. Immortal is almost out to help, but there's still a lot of bio left over. Still a tank as well. Wouldn't mind. Doesn't hit something. Pops the Immortal shield. All the Stalkers die. Almost all of them for the last tank. This is all of the bio that's left over, and Hero still has 3 bases, although he is cut down by 19 probes. He still has a fine economy. Bjorn just sacrificed 20 of his own workers. Be worried about the critical mass, though. That's, he needs more time. He needs this Colossus. Don't get distracted by the auto turret. Oh, the auto turret. It's kind of helping. Zealots actually take this on. Thought he was going to pull those back, but they do a good enough job. And now the Colossus is out. More units being built. Hero really has to dig deep into his Brood War roots to remember to continuously pump out units, because I gotta tell you, remembering when you play Protoss not to wait for warp-ins is really hard. And Hero has been building as many units as possible, almost. That seems like he has done the trick. He has won. He has defended. Little bank ain't gonna kill him now. I think Bjorn mostly knows that he's dead, but he's gonna try and play this out. He's actually rebuilding the SCVs. They've almost equalized on the worker counts. It's just that I don't know if I have a lot of faith in Bjorn being able to follow up as swiftly as Hero. 4th and 5th barracks are on the way. I think another SCV pool is going to be coming, but Hero is going to have some crucial minutes to try and get a defense going. He's going to try and get to +1 armor. That fortress is just such a vulnerable area. I don't know if I love the Warp Prism for what I am expecting, but the Warp Prism could actually come in handy. You can micro the Colossus and buy a couple extra shots. Hero's Observer. We'll see the extra barracks. Something I already did. It really wants to see. It wants to confirm a total lack of command center. And you know, they don't 2-base with a 3rd command center in the main done. They don't pull the SCVs then. But he doesn't know if one could have been built. You don't know the power of mules. They're pretty good. You know, before these barracks, or with, you know, he doesn't know about the extra starport. So that's a little concerning, but I think Hero is very much respecting the idea of a follow-up all-in. He has stopped producing probes, and he's saturated, so there's really no reason to continue, unless he thought he could fit in a 4th base. Supply blocked. Templar Archives would be very helpful. A couple of Archons, when guaranteed the Terran's not going to have ghosts. Here's the follow-up all in. Didn't even really use the 2nd starport, did we? More SCVs are coming. Archons will not be prepared. Disruptor might be able to help out, as we have some long-distance mining going on. I guess it's better than oversaturating. SCVs taking more damage back at home, but you know, this is an all-in, so Warp Prism needs to get back home and maybe help, again, those Colossus. Hallucination. Still love it. Totally wasted 2 Viking volleys. This is a very real one going down now. A lot of the Zealots are already gone, my dude. I don't know about this. Hero still thinking he's going to win the fight with a lot of Marauders left over. There's that pickup on the Colossus. All the SCVs are gone. Lots of Marauders left over. Disruptor gets a good shot. Actually ends up killing the Marauders that were stimmed and injured, but it goes down in turn. Hero still has more army supply, still has some AoE. He does save the Colossus. Hero takes the 2-1 and wins the Monday Night Weekly. The last Monday Night Weekly for a month, by the way. This will not return for the entire month of August. But when it does return in September, they're supposed to have a bigger prize pool. So hopefully this is because of some really cool sponsor announcement. GG's. Who sponsored for? I assume not Blizzard. Well, I was saying that there's been rumors of Blizzard wanting to sponsor StarCraft stuff. But, well, I should say Microsoft wants to sponsor StarCraft stuff. And Blizzard is, like, not responding to calls. They, like, the phone that goes to the StarCraft department is hooked up, but no one's there, and it's gathering dust in a corner. So, but we don't know. Could be someone else. There's a lot of people who do love StarCraft still, and they're, you know, older and richer and willing to give a lot of money. But speaking of, I was checking out Reddit, and I wanted to read some of these threads. Yeah, it's just a ringing phone in an empty room. People forgot the room existed. It's time again for ZombieGrub Hates the Patch. Welcome, everyone. More and more people are saying that they don't like the patch. The 8 worker start makes me realize I'm old, and basically says that he's too old to try and relearn the game. And I'm not excited, I just feel old and tired. It's clear this change brings people back to one of the all-time best games ever. It's another reminder that I'm not a 15-year-old who can make his life revolve on RTS anymore. See, this is the kind of comment that I hate. I'm not sure if you want to hear this, but if you're a casual player like me, it's not really like a super tight build, it's losing the game. I don't believe this guy actually complained about losing. I guess you could read it as him complaining about losing, but yeah, I think it's just, instead of someone coming back to StarCraft and understanding that they're a bit rusty, so they were masters and now they're in diamond and they struggle to get out of diamond. Now it's like people are coming back and they were in masters and they feel like they're starting in like gold. Everything that they've built up, like years of knowledge, just feels a little bit obsolete. So now you just don't feel like you really know the game at all. And it doesn't take much when you change the foundation, when you add 60 to 120 seconds of displacement. That is a ripple effect. It's one that hasn't given us any benefits. But I totally sympathize with this guy. So, this guy's... It's not about hating change. Don't let these idiots gaslight you. Yeah, tell them. They're bad changes on zero communication or support. Yeah, like, people point to other games. He's pointing to TFT. Like, there's plenty of other games where everyone agrees, for the most part, that, like, change is really fun. But, yeah, it just keeps coming back to, like, the changes aren't fun. The same person, if you had added a new unit, if you had significantly changed a unit, if you had changed a lot of mid to late game units, like if you changed, like every unit got something different from tier 2 and above, it still actually wouldn't feel as bad relearning that game, I think, than what they did. And that would actually might be exciting. Because you feel like you still kind of know what you're doing, but then you get to explore a little bit more after you've made your sandcastle. These just, you know, these just don't feel fun. It's never patched the history of the game where not one single pro player likes the changes and tons of content creators and community leads players despise them. I don't know if that's true. You know, that's something that's going to be hard to get evidence for. But I also do feel like this has been the most disliked patch, because even the people who are very level-headed and try to give it credit also keep coming back to it is not good. And they're not doing it out of some passionate feeling of imbalance or their own personal way of playing no longer works or something. No, Yoga Gear. StarCraft started with 6 workers in Wings of Liberty and Heartless Swarm. So now it's 8. Yeah, this person's also like, oh, good news, you don't win. Sense of improvement and feeling of a well-played game isn't just an automatic granted from winning. Tons of other things that go into feeling a game gives. Even if MMR evens out winning half your games, they aren't good games. Who does that help? Yeah, I feel like people are really... They're really boxing people's enjoyment of StarCraft into their own boxes. So a lot of the initial response is, yeah, what people are saying, like, well, if you're losing, that's not why you're losing. And that is true, but that's not the point. And some other people are like, if you don't like having to come up with new things in a video game that is strategy-based, then you don't like the game, which I think is just so incredibly arrogant that I just, my eyes roll into the back of my head for eye rolling so hard. There's many reasons why you can't enjoy StarCraft. If StarCraft was literally only enjoyed by people who enjoy the strategy aspect the most, I don't think it would be nearly as popular. This is really disappointing to learn. Apparently, Hyper One announced SEL is going on hiatus, personal responsibilities, pulling money in my wallet. The game just isn't fun anyway, the shit show Blizzard is running. See you in a month or never. So it's really sad, too, because, like, the StarCraft's evolution doesn't get directly... how to say this? It's not like it is on the 8-worker start, but every time that Blizzard changes the game, they have to compensate for that change with the mod that they make, right? So, you know, now they chose to stay on the 12 workers, for instance, so they always have to consider that when other changes get made. I think they have to, I don't know, change something in the editor or whatever. Like, I don't know how much of it really affects them, but by the way that Hyper One talks, it feels like the main game, if you will, affects StarCraft Evolution. And I think just in general, maybe it's more just, you know, he does like StarCraft Evolution, does do it, but also just likes StarCraft. And the more that StarCraft, the game that he probably wanted to play, gets changed, even though he could just play as a Evolution League, it's still different, isn't it? If to facilitate a more complete eye roll, exactly. I can't. I've always been of the position of I can't when it comes to those people who just talk so much about strategy. I just assume that they're dorks. No. Like, obviously people can enjoy strategy. I'm not saying that. But it's just the people who are, like, Now it's, if you don't enjoy building new or build orders and testing out new things, then you just don't enjoy RTS. What are you doing here? But before that, there was, there's a lot of discussion about how much strategy isn't involved in StarCraft games. And they're like, I want it to be entirely based off the fact that I did this, which was fucking genius, and the other guy didn't see it coming. And that's how StarCraft would be good to me. And I'm like, bitch, go play chess. Goddamn. Go play chess and somehow obscure your vision, I guess, if you want it to be a blind game. But, like, StarCraft has always been both. There is strategy involved, but it's also a very mechanical game. And some people, I dare say a lot, really like the mechanics of the game. They really, really like when the SCV pops out of the command center to immediately build a supply depot, which they've practiced 1,000 times, and they're like, boom, nailed it. Or when they actually remember to place down their double engineering bay at a relatively good time to the build order, they're like, yes, got that one. But to some people, they're like, that's loser mentality. That's not real-time strategy. Strategy! It's like, alright, dude. Nobody understands the big advantage of the patch. Nobody looks at its clear explanation. Yeah, you'll have to. Yeah, like the idea of a potential reward. I think people gave them credit. I legitimately think there's a lot of people who actually were like, hold on, let's see. And now are saying we saw and it doesn't do shit. I think that those people are actually still talking. Good on those people. It's like heroin, exactly. I know what heroin feels like. Good night, Yogi Gray. Yeah, it's hardly any different. There is no benefit. And there's nothing, I think at this point in time you could say there was nothing but downsides. Honestly. I know there's still one or two people who swear that the first 2 minutes being calmer is why they're still playing, is why they came back to playing. But I feel like so many of the people that were saying that actually aren't playing anymore. Can't confirm that. Don't have direct evidence of that, but I feel it. The amount of people coming in to defend the change aren't doing so anymore. Believe it or not, I mean, I don't think you've tried every single drug. I think that there's people who try a lot of drugs, but know that there are certain drugs that are just off limits. I feel like heroin, meth, those are the big ones. Yeah, it's really sad that SC Evo, because I think there's even a lot of people from the beginning who are kind of maybe joking, maybe serious, saying like, well, I'll go play SC Evo. Or can we get SC Evo as, official ladder? Heroin's okay, but it pales in comparison to a build order popping off. Maxitron knows what's up. Are you seeing the extinction of this game in real time? Kind of. Cares what some random guy thinks? Okay, can you not... Are people just incapable of actually gathering context? I don't... Knee-jerk reaction? Yeah, it's been months. Omni-skeptic. I feel like this guy teetered on being like, you know, #1 most wanted in StarCraft. In a bad way. Sorry. Like the #1 villain. I feel like he like teetered on it, you know? Yeah, like I said though, I mean, Hyper 1 doesn't expand, but it's pretty easy to guess as to why someone would be less likely to continue developing anything related to StarCraft if they don't like main StarCraft. And even though there's a chance that some people go to SC Evo because they don't like StarCraft, I would say it's much less likely than just people no longer booting up StarCraft at all. Compared to the potential that was a steady player base, staying steady, a couple people leave, a couple people come back, and eventually getting those people who kind of stay around a long time to check out SC Evo. And the zero pay CIA release timings are an ironic coincidence. Well, you're not the only one who's had some like conspiracy theories or something about that, but I think it's pretty baseless. I don't, even with StarCraft being in one of its worst states ever as a community, I think there's never been any fear from any other RTS, honestly, that it would actually take the player base away. Yeah, people have already left Zero Space in droves, I would say. Oh, oops. They have. I haven't checked. Let's check. That's my assumption for any video game. It releases, people look at it, people leave. Charts. Game looks cool. I think it's cool. I think it's a fine RTS, but it is early access, an immediate turn-off for a lot of people. It is $40, also an immediate turn-off for people, especially if it's early access. I mean, it's literally been out a week, so... Yeah, it capped out at $12.89, and now it's down to $600-ish. So about half the player base. $40 for EA is wild. Yeah. And, like, I understand why, you know, they would say it's $40, but then what really is so difficult is that there's so many other video games that are done that are also RTS, but maybe not like the RTS you're hoping for, of course, which is kind of the grand problem we all have as StarCraft fans. But a lot of casual RTS fans will just be like, well, there's this game and that game and this game that are done, that are still being supported, that cost $30. No, Vicious, that's the chart I was looking at kind of disproves that. Yeah, we'd be very lucky to ever see AAA RTS. I think Avatar looks so cool, but yeah, there's so many problems with it. And then Marvel, I don't know, Marvel Tokon probably has legs. Serious Space living a little bit of hype now, but was I the only one who was looking at that Steam chart? First of all, for release, almost 1,300 players is really not impressive. And then they halved the player base in a week. Which it is not, I don't think is a testament to it being bad or anything. I think it's what happens to probably most video games, right? But it you know, this is why no one ever feels threatened. Well, no one should feel threatened. I guess there are always people that feel threatened. Now this new RTS is going to take all the people from StarCraft. Well, yeah, and it's definitely people playing because there's some content creators who are doing Zero Space and the tournament that's coming up, which is great. But that it will eventually end, and that will, yeah, see a decrease in player base as well. Ooh, look at this spike. The old weekend spike. Alright, so how long has it been? June. PTR is May. Was this when it officially released it? Let's just go with June. A couple of outliers, obviously. Let's see here. June. Let's go with the weekend. June 18th. So June 20th. June 20th would have been a very exciting weekend to try StarCraft because a patch came out, right? I'm like not figuring out how this website works. There it is. Let's say peak is like 2 p.m. 2 p.m. 2021. What about May 20th? Before all this. Well, May 20th isn't a weekend, I guess. Let's say May 16th. A little higher. Yeah, so 22, 24. Then it decreases to 20, 21. Where are we now? Not too bad. Seems like the ebb and flow is still okay. Yeah, it was the 25th, I guess. Little less. $19 and $20. It is decreasing, but it's not like it's a rapid decline. Although the 1800 in America is not ideal. Wow, Classic did so well. Should re-release Brood War. Lord. And did any decrease be explained by RTS releasing? Possibly. So if I'm Blizzard, do I think that's a sign that people really hate the patch? I don't think so. You know, assuming they have even more correct stats than this one. Dips lower, maybe. Or highs higher, definitely not. At least some people are still returning to StarCraft. How many people played the free demos only like a month ago of Zero Space? I don't know. But I'm sure some people did and thought this is exciting, and some people did and thought this is not exciting. I think I need to download the mod for Heart of the Swarm, so give me a second. Kerrigan has gone roguelike. That's not right. I need a description key? Ah. There we go. And then you just drag the zip folder into the manager. And then set to active campaign. Technology, you guys. Hi there, what are we doing? We're playing a modded version of StarCraft. You guys enjoy the cinematic. I'm a BRB.
I am the swarm. Armies will be shattered. Worlds will burn. Now at last, on this world, vengeance shall be mine. For I am the Queen of Blades.
StarCraft. Yeah, the Viking just thought it would look really cool.
Open the door, son.
Valerian's orders, sir. No visiting.
Open the door.
There's Rainer being all cool. I don't remember Heart of the Swarm that much.
Good morning, Commander.
Junior.
Gentlemen, the test protocol will begin.
I remember staying up all night to play it. Missed Tychus already. Don't worry, we'll get Abathur. He's just as good.
Make the most of this test.
It's your last one.
Now give us a minute.
Very well.
We're getting out of here tonight, darling.
Good. Then we can go after Minsk.
Forget Minsk. Forget all of it. This is about you and me.
Until Minsk is dead, there can't be a you and me.
Oh, that was randomizer.
I moved heaven and earth to bring you back, Sarah.
I can't watch you throw that away just for revenge.
Initiating test phase 2.
I never gave up on you, Sarah.
Don't you give up on us!
No, they made one for Heart of the Swarm. They don't have one for Legacy of the Void, though.
Test phase 2 commencing.
What's that? So disappointing how much they made
What are you hoping to get out of
their
these
story
tests,
about their
Valerian?
romance.
I told you, I don't remember anything about being the queen.
Okay. Chaos. The question mark is scary. 4 curses per mission, 1 curse per evolution mission. Who hurt you? I'll take those. I'll take looking for a challenge. Core Essence. I guess this is the classes. Kerrigan has 20% health and damage done. Regains health equal to 10% of damage. Affects stacks when she's reborn. Non-heroic units gain levels when they kill units up to 10. Gains health and damage and lifesteal. Non-heroic units have all 3 common and 1 uncommon unit-specific talents. All 3 common and 1 uncommon unit-specific talents. Have 50% health and damage done. Okay. Not quite getting that one. Hatcheries cost 100, less minerals. Spine and spore crawlers cost 40, and all the structures cost 25% less. Well, that doesn't sound very fun. I mean, I guess that's the engineer, but... Why does that sound less fun than the Terran version? Spellcasters deal 50% damage, healing spells, and regenerate energy. Units summoned from spells have health and damage. Does not apply to Kerrigan. When units dies, all enemies in a radius of 4 get a debuff that make them take 10% damage and attack and move. Alright, so obviously this is this is emphasizing Kerrigan. This is emphasizing non-hero units. These both are, but I don't really get the 3 common and 1 uncommon unit specific talents. Building, spellcasters, and then kind of like the Death Knight, I guess. I think I'm gonna go for Stukov. I'm thinking either Stukov or Dahaka. I could be convinced to go for Kerrigan. I guess the difficulty is that Zerg units typically die very quickly. So how many units are actually going to get up to, like, level 10? With Stukov, like, this is Zerg, right? Zerglings will go and die, and they'll give the opponents a debuff. So that sounds like that'll work, you know, every time. Trying to think of units that Kerrigan would have. I guess, like, Ultras, Broodlords, maybe Ravagers. You know, the units that I would keep track of and try and keep alive. The only reason I'm kind of leaning away from Kerrigan is that Heart of the Swarm's already so Kerrigan focused. On one hand, it could be fun to play an even more overpowered Kerrigan. On the other, I feel like it'll just be playing the campaign, you know? Like, it's not that different. Be a fun self-imposed rule, yeah. So then all of these things would come with, like, their own sets of talents, bonuses you would eventually get. And I can imagine the Kerrigan bonuses would be very fun. I imagine they would, like, add talents, like, each level has, like, a new benefit. And then this, for Stuka, I don't know what the talents, the core essence specific talents would be. More debuffs. Maybe make him explode as well. Oh, it's not like the Wings of Liberty? He didn't have time for that. Well. Oh, fun fact. The Hots one was made first. Oh. That's very, I wonder why. Yeah, let's go with Dahaka. Might be fun trying to keep an Ultra alive till he meets level 10. Of course, you know, I have to wait a long time before I get to Ultras. Valerian has equipped the Warbots with lemon juice. Your Zerglings are allergic to lemon juice. Units move 2% slower for each of your unique rare talents. Ugh. Ugh. Pylons are permanently overcharged. Mm-hmm. I guess? Yes. Definitely skip the
To
intro.
create Zerglings, left-click on the Select Lava button.
Kerrigan, what are you doing?
Putting your controlled environment to the test.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of figuring. But good explanation. A level 10 Overlord. I hope there's a way that he can attack and get levels.
The Zerg use overlords to generate more supply. Your current supply maximum is displayed in the upper
He just
right
grants
corner
more
of the
supply. You have
screen,
one
along
you have one
with how
Omega
much supply
Overlord
you are
granting you
currently
all your
using.
supply.
If you do not have enough available supply, you will not be able to morph a unit. Required.
Thanks, Captain Obvious. Look how tiny the people are. Look how gigantic a drone would be. This can't be real scale. Yeah, you lose the one Overlord. Seems like a bad thing, more than a good thing. Gain a random uncommon talent. Maybe commons, you know. The mystery box can be anything. This is really appealing to my degenerate side that loves loot boxes and gambling. Contained kinetic blast. I guess we gotta see what that is. Your attack 2% slower. Oh, they have shields. Ew. For each common talent, you have a duplicate of. Okay. Yeah, I don't like any of these. Attack 2% slower for duplicates. Just wondering what kind of, like, average would I end up with? 10% slower? 20% slower? I could live with 10, maybe. 20 sounds pretty bad. Guess I'll just try and take out pylons. I'll be annoyed by pylons forever and ever. What's the best way to get people to trust you again, Kerrigan? Is it to destroy everything at the lab facility? Oh, you know what? I chose the Zergling thing because I thought I had Kerrigan. Okay. 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 That's interesting. Are you telling me I need to win with drones? I was planning on building spines. I can't build spines. How quickly do the lings die? It's like as soon as you get close. Okay. This could take a while. Send in the Omega Overlord. Well, they can also level up. Well, I definitely want to be able to surround them. I don't have any other mineral patches to mineral walk, though. And I have a limited amount of minerals. How's Roguelike? We just started Heart of the Swarm. Hey, you changed your name. So, Yeah, apparently this was made first, before the Wings of Liberty campaign. So it's less polished. Alright, let's just take this many. See what happens. Yeah, there's no way I can sack them. These drones ain't bad. I have a level 2 drone.
Zerglings and holding pens. Valerian, you were very careless. Perhaps I'll free them too.
Containment breach. Zerg specimens free.
Evacuate the scientists. Get all personnel out of there.
I want to save my level 2 drone. Oops. Habit.
Additional overlords required.
Hey, drones are doing great. I just want to be known. These drones are putting in work.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
More Zerglings. Good. I can use them.
Maybe I should
Overlords required.
just rally the drones or saturate. Oh, my level 2's died. I think using them to maybe get them to target it. The Zerglings will die when they're close, but the things target them before.
Kerrigan, this is not a game.
It never is with the Zerg.
Alright, the Lord's gonna be rallied. Okay. Alright, that aspect is Zerg.
Not enough minerals.
What are you talking about? I'm doing great. You guys are like worried for me. This is going great.
Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals.
Yeah, the RTS was, I guess, getting more out of place with time.
Not enough minerals.
Let me out. It's 2 patch the final nail in the coffin. As it was for so many people.
Run! Damn it! Get all personnel off that level.
How sad.
No more personnel remain on sublevel.
It's all out of control.
Containment door closed. Not enough minerals.
Why is Kerrigan doing this again?
Automated gas defense activated.
That containment door won't open until I destroy those turrets.
Are the Trojans as strong as Zerglings? No, they're not anything, actually. I just can't use Lings because they die instantly. I mean, I guess for this, maybe I can?
Additional overlords
I don't know
required.
if that's any better than drones. Why are Zerglings weaker? Oh yeah, what was Connect Blast? Kerrigan ability. Man. Oh well. Why did my choices make Zerglings weaker though?
That gas is hurting my Zerglings.
Oh. Well, I thought you meant, yeah. I thought you meant other stuff was changed with Zerglings.
The door's open. Now to destroy the Eradicator.
Yay, Lings!
You have more Zerglings here. Well, they're mine now.
This feels like I'm being bad-mannered to the AI. They only get distracted once. Okay. I was like, are they gonna all attack me? Yes, they will.
Eradicator activated.
No, you little bitch. Wait, what?
Mineral field depleted.
Oh no, there was a doodad I clicked on.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Yeah. Talent pickup. And random armor or attack upgrade, and again at the start of each mission. Kerrigan ability deals 300 damage to enemy units and 700 damage to enemy structures. They're reaching 10,000 minerals. Spend your minerals to request periodic drop pods that will reinforce you endlessly. They're reaching 10,000 minerals, like banked? That's a lot to bank. Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, I did occasionally get Mira. And maybe if I tried to get that much, I could. But I could kind of see that being good on some of the missions that I kind of remember. But I don't know for sure. I kind of remember missions where you weren't attacked so much as you were just like literally sending waves. You know, you're Zerging up. I think I can get it.
Make your point, Kerrigan.
Not yet, I haven't.
Not
I'm
necessarily.
still in the containment cell.
I'm trying to break a turtle Terran and a Zerg. You use a lot of minerals. Move faster, carrying ability, friendly Zerg units in the target area gain 200 maximum life. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's kind of sad how many of these still are so Kerrigan dependent. But yeah. They improved with the Wings of Liberty iteration.
Mineral field depleted.
Dimitri. Access all non-evolved campaign units, upgrades the structures. That's very useful in Wings of Liberty. Enemy target unit stunned for 3 seconds. So many Kerrigan abilities. Zergling dies, and every Zergling gains 15 attack speed. Ooh. And it stacks. Ooh. Enemies deal more damage, move, attack, and operate 30% faster. Reach common talent. Duplicative. Alright, I'll get that one. Did it with the drones. Hey. Cat tipped over the trash can. Little pandas. Little trash pandas.
You made a mess down there, Sarah.
My ship is prepped and we're ready to go. Head your...
Jim, do you read me?
Back in the saddle only. Alright, so I want to do these. These are the chicken. Not chickening out. Jim has been separated. She still imagines him. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I hear you. Covering ground.
So I got this wild mutation, and I got kinetic blast.
Back in the saddle.
Okay.
Let's move out.
Heading out.
Hostiles on the right.
Sweeping.
Yeah, I don't think she
Pushing
counts
ahead.
as a friendly Zerg unit. Oh, yeah, literally a command.
Bring him down. Covering ground. I gotcha. Heading out. Work to be done.
Dominion insertion team! Help us take them out!
Oh. Oh, they're friends. My bad.
Heading out.
About to kill you guys. Oh.
Pushing ahead.
Raynor, Kerrigan, this recovery terminal will heal you and restore some of your energy. Good luck. I'm getting out of here.
Looks like this thing
I
is
find
all out of
myself
juice.
kind of thinking that the enemy units are going to have the same curses as the Wings of Liberty
Work to be
playthrough.
done.
It's like, no, they're just normal Marines.
Sweeping. Heading out. Covering ground. Sweeping.
Need a
a recovery terminal.
Target identified. Pushing ahead. Right. On the same page. I gotcha.
Another wave of Dominion insertion teams incoming.
Look up.
Here, guys. Did that help?
Sweeping. Where are the Umojans going?
Let them go their way. We'll go ours.
Need a recovery terminal.
No, it did not.
Pushing ahead. Covering ground. Right. On the same page. Right. Work to be done. Pushing ahead. I gotcha. Work to be done. Sweeping.
Almost to the tram station. It'll take us right to the shuttle bay.
The corridor is blocked. You'll have to cut through the sublevel to reach the tram.
Pushing ahead. I gotcha. On the same page.
Come in, Valerian. The main corridor is blocked. Can you open side door A12?
I can. Be ready, though. The Zerg specimens got loose in the attack.
Yes.
But my
I can
friends.
sense them down there, but I don't think I should control them again.
I won't ask you to do that. We'll handle them.
The door will open in 3, 2, 1.
Work to be done.
Any Zerglings? Hostiles on the right. Need a recovery terminal.
I gotcha.
Oh, God.
Right. Pushing ahead. On the same page.
I believe the Zerglings also went after them.
Need a recovery terminal.
Heading out.
Jim's so
gotcha.
dramatic. He's just a hallucination.
Work to be done.
As the commander opening doors by himself, because
Pushing
he's
ahead.
taking charge, because he knows how to do stuff. Attack speed. Hell yeah.
Covering ground.
Zergling go nom
They're
nom nom.
trying to trap us.
Come on, darling. We gotta make it through those doors.
Heading out. I gotcha. Work to be done.
Need a recovery terminal.
On the same page.
Ooh, no longer able to run.
Taking a lot of damage here.
My bad. No restarts this time. What is Pretty Boy's title? Oh, man, I was so confused.
I hear you. Work to be done.
Valerian.
Sweeping.
It's Prince, right?
They're trying to trap us.
Come on, darling. We gotta make it through those doors.
I gotcha.
Need a recovery terminal.
Sweeping. Pushing ahead. Heading out.
I'm hurting.
Right.
Why is your lightning not cool?
Covering ground.
It should do more damage.
On the same page. Work to be done. Covering ground. Sweeping. Heading out.
I'm hurting.
I gotcha. Taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah,
On
yeah,
the
yeah.
same page.
Hopefully there's a
Work to
recovery
be done.
thingy.
I gotcha.
Okay, I'll pick up a talent. That works too. 3 middles instantly, start of each mission. Units move faster, zero movement faster. I'll do all movement
Heading
faster.
out. Work to be done. Right. Pushing. This reminds me of the old days.
My hair's got more gray in it.
And my hair's got more Zerg.
Right.
Yeah.
We made
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Sweeping.
Because she was mind controlled by the Zerg.
I'm hurting.
I gotcha. Heading out. Pushing.
Keep
ahead.
moving. They're about to seal the area.
Right.
Dude, I totally forgot I was on a timer.
I gotcha. Covering ground. Sweeping. Work to be done. Got one. An ultralisk. Let's see how it likes a kinetic blast. On the same.
I'm hurting!
Pushing ahead.
Good job, Jim.
Covering ground.
It's a mess down here.
We've been through worse together.
Target acquired.
On the same page.
I'm hurting!
One-woman army. I gotcha. Heading out. Sweeping.
Lord, woman. How many Zerglings did you make?
Yeah, I may have gone a little overboard.
Not that many.
Recovery terminal!
I made drones, good sir.
Pushing ahead. Work to be done. On the same page. Sweeping. Heading out. Pushing ahead. Right. I gotcha. Heading out. Covering ground.
We made it.
Are you surprised?
Keep going. There's only one more door between you and the tram station.
I'm hurting!
Yeah.
I sense a lot of dominion in the next room. I see him.
Need a recovery terminal!
Pushing ahead. On the same page. Right. Heading out.
Looks like a rough fight.
They have caged Zerg in there. We can use this console to set them loose.
Uh-huh.
Or we can use it to activate the gas defenses.
Uh-huh. Okay.
What the hell? Who opened the cages?
Now we've got the Zerg to deal with.
Still at even the odds. Let's go.
On the same page.
Worked out pretty perfectly, actually.
Ready for action. Right.
I'm hurting!
Heading out. Work to be done. I gotcha.
I'm hurting!
Pushing ahead.
Just instantly dies again.
Covering ground. Not getting away. On the same page. Right.
Oh, I got a
Heading
minute.
out.
Ooh, ah.
Sweeping. I gotcha. Pushing ahead. Sweeping. Work to be done.
We did it, guys.
We made
did it.
The tram is about to leave.
Woo.
Jim, we're in full retreat. I'm en route to the...
Covering ground.
Zerglings get a bad habit of chewing on anything nearby. That one's familiar. Enemies die, chance for pearls to reinforce them. Zergling reinforcements are already pretty bad. But one is usually not too bad.
I gotcha.
The Dominion have breached the tunnel!
To be done. On the same page. Right.
Where's my macro
On
mission?
the same page.
Come on.
Work to be
Come
done.
on. Come on.
Right. Pushing ahead. Covering ground. On the same page. Sweeping. Pushing ahead.
The tram's picking up pace. Stay frosty, kids.
Sweeping. Heading out. Hold still.
Need a recovery terminal!
Covering ground. Taking a lot of damage here.
I am.
I'm hurting!
Oh, shit.
Taking a lot of damage
This was
here.
harder?
We're out of the labs. We're exposed out here until we reach the shuttle.
than I was hoping for. I don't think I can add the Protoss units.
Jim.
Safety's off.
We'll give them more health, I guess.
This is Kerrigan. Pushing ahead.
Ooh, sus.
The Dominion have breached the tunnel.
I gotcha. Heading out. Sweeping. On the same page. Covering ground. Sweeping. Covering ground. Hold still. I gotcha. On the same page. Right.
The tram's picking up pace. Stay frosty, kids.
Pushing ahead. Right. Pushing ahead.
I'm hurting.
Covering ground. I gotcha. Taking a lot of damage here. Target ID.
Need a recovery terminal.
Huh. How do I improve that mission?
Jim, we're...
I don't see anything that I can do.
Pushing ahead.
You know what I mean?
What is it?
Like, what else can I
Work
improve
to be
on?
done.
The Dominion have breached the tunnel.
Try and get them to target the tram engine, I guess, for a bit instead of Kerrigan?
I gotcha. Time to pay back. Sweeping. Right. On the same page. Covering ground. Heading out.
The tram's picking up pace. Stay frosty, kids.
Pushing ahead. Work to be done. I gotcha. Heading out. Sweeping.
It's like the first time I've had this many Marines alive, I guess.
Pushing. Taking a lot of damage here. Taking a lot of damage here. To be done. Covering ground.
Attack something else!
Taking a lot of damage here.
We're out of the labs. We're exposed out here until we reach the shuttle bay.
I think getting them to try and attack something else is hard.
Jim, we're in full retreat.
I'd have to restart entire mission
Covering ground.
to get better talents for Kerrigan.
Work to be done.
Now the Zergling one sounds, yeah, terrible for later.
I gotcha. Right. Gotcha. Sweeping. Target identified. One woman army.
I'm hurting.
Pushing ahead. Heading out.
The tram's picking up pace. Stay frosty, kids.
Ground.
We should have let Raynor die there.
Pushing ahead. On the same page. Bring him down. Right. I gotcha.
Need a recovery terminal.
I gotcha.
They will not stop chasing me.
Right.
Really?
Need a recovery terminal.
Taking a lot of damage here.
We're out of the labs. We're exposed out here until we reach the shuttle bay. Need a recovery terminal.
Taking a lot of damage here.
This is the closest I can get. And there's even more units that come? What the fuck?
Jim, we're in full retreat. I'm en route to the Hyperion.
What is it?
I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, I hear you.
The Dominion have breached the tunnel.
Work to be done.
Even without the health increase, let's say the Zealots never get warped in. Just, they get really, really lucky. It's still kind of hard.
Target identified. Pushing ahead. Right.
We're doing a no reroll? No, we could try getting another curse.
On the same page.
The tram's picking up pace. Stay frosty, kids.
Heading out.
I'm hurting.
I gotcha. Hold still. Taking a lot of damage here. We lost an engine. Covering ground.
There's 5 left.
Work to be done.
Let's not lose any more.
On the same page.
I'm hurting.
Ahead.
If they didn't always come after me. So some reason they attacked that, but I don't even know why. No, I can't control the Marines.
Jim.
Pushing ahead.
Move and attack. Move slower. Permanently remove Kerrigan from the mission. Can only be revived 3 times total per mission. Jesus.
Yeah, I hear you. Heading out. On
The Dominion have breached the tunnel.
to be done. Covering ground.
Wish I could control anything else.
Right. Sweeping. I gotcha.
Yeah, like Kerrigan has to be out of the vision, I guess, entirely of everyone though. Like
Heading out.
she was in the vision of just one Viking when they started
Covering
chasing
ground.
me.
Pushing ahead.
The tram's picking up pace. Stay frosty, kids.
I gotcha. Right. Covering ground. Pushing ahead. Sweeping. Heading out. Work to be done. Target identified. On the same page. Right.
We're out of the lab.
Taking a lot of damage here. Pushing ahead. Heading out.
Oh, attack someone else.
I gotcha. Sweeping. I gotcha.
I'm hurting.
Covering ground. Work to be done. Taking a lot of damage here.
I don't know what to do about this mission. And it's not very fun for me to try and figure out what to do because it's a hero mission. So I might just skip this mission.
Jim, we're in full...
What is it? I gotcha. On the same page.
The Dominion have breached the tunnel.
If there's literally any other way to approach this,
Sweeping.
it'd be fun enough, but
Heading out.
I already don't like hero missions.
Sweeping. Covering ground. I gotcha.
Is that what the cheat is? God
Work to
mode?
be done.
Yeah.
The tram's picking up pace. Stay frosty, kids.
Pushing ahead. I gotcha. I gotcha.
Our allies are being attacked.
recovery terminal!
Taking a lot of damage here. Covering ground.
I'm hurting!
We're out of the labs. We're exposed out here until we reach the shuttle bay.
I really wanted the blast for this medevac.
I'm hurting!
Heading out. Work to be done. Right. Work to be done. Heading out.
Our
I gotcha.
allies are being attacked.
Pushing ahead. Gotcha. I see him.
Need a recovery terminal!
Our allies are
Covering ground. Sweeping. We lost an engine.
There's 5 left. Let's not lose any more.
Sure, I'll get right on that.
Covering ground. Heading out. I can see the bay. We're taking a lot of damage here.
Oh, it still dropped out the tank. You fuck off, fuck
Out
off,
with a
fuck
kinetic
off.
blast.
I'm hurting!
Wow.
Taking a lot of damage here.
The tram's taking too much damage.
That was the farthest we got so far. Yeah. Not worth it. Just keep thieves. Thieves can't. What does E button do? It gives bonuses to Zergling, the Zerg units around me, which there are none.
Jim, we're in.
The Dominion have breached the tunnel.
Wait. Is it like changing the difficulty?
Work to be done. Heading out.
Not even to yourself?
I'm hurting!
No.
Pushing ahead.
The tram's picking up pace. Stay frosty, kids.
Taking a lot of damage here.
Did that decrease the difficulty? It
Taking a
doesn't
lot
feel
of
like
damage
it.
here. Right.
This feels like it'd be very possible if you did just go for the Kerrigan start and then, yeah, added all the Kerrigan talents that they gave you.
Jim.
Ready for action. On the same page.
The Dominion have breached the tunnel.
Anything
I
else
gotcha. Work to be done.
wouldn't be useful
Covering
here.
ground. Pushing ahead. Right. Heading out. Covering ground.
Oh, I gotta.
Our allies
Say again?
are being attacked.
1, 2, 3, 4.
The tram's picking up pace. Stay frosty, kids.
Heading out. I gotcha. Work to be done. On
Lame.
the same page. Pushing ahead.
There's many reasons not to like the Heart of the Swarm campaign.
Covering ground.
Or, you know, think it's the worst out of all three.
On the same page.
Some people will say the writing, dialogue,
Right.
the totally unbelievable Jim Raynor died part,
Pushing ahead.
reducing Kerrigan to just getting revenge
We're out
for
of the
Jim
labs.
Raynor instead of
We're
her own
exposed out
revenge.
here until we reach the shuttle bay.
How easy the campaign is normally.
out. Covering ground.
Some other things, I'm sure. But my biggest
On the same
complaint
page.
has always been this amount of hero missions.
Sweeping. Pushing ahead.
Also, yes, it's the Zerg campaign,
On
and
the
Zerg
same
is the least
page.
fun to play for me, too.
Pushing ahead. Work to be done. Heading out. Covering ground. Right.
I think it's a generally agreed upon opinion, like Wings of Liberty, then Legacy of the Void, then Heart of the Swarm. And no one counts Nova missions. been on the wrong screen this entire
We're
time.
almost there.
But,
Our allies are
Covering ground.
some people say that Heart of the Swarm's their favorite or their second favorite.
Blast.
And I'm like,
Pushing ahead. Right.
really?
Our allies are being attacked.
I gotcha. Right. I gotcha.
Yeah, I didn't like the Nova mini
Covering
campaign
ground.
because again there was
On
a
the
lot of
same
hero
page.
missions.
Sweeping. Heading out.
All options will be epic. Ooh.
Work to
The Dominion is deployed.
All right, do I do damage? Terrible, terrible damage again to.
say again. Pushing ahead. On the same page.
Need a recovery terminal!
Sweeping.
Even if you're Zerg, everything else about this campaign is terrible.
Covering ground.
Not
Need
everything.
a recovery terminal!
Right. I gotcha. Heading out.
Yeah, that was another complaint. People didn't like not that the hero mission specifically, but just the overall
gotcha.
emphasis of Kerrigan,
Covering ground.
which
Sweeping.
really did also help to
be
make
done.
the campaign easy.
On the same page.
Oh,
Engaging the enemy.
little boss battle.
Pushing ahead. Work to be done. Covering ground. In my sight. On the same page. Sweeping. One Mormon arm. Right. I gotcha.
Target's locked. Drop the pod.
Right. Pushing ahead. Work to be done. Covering ground.
No, you dumb Marines.
Pushing ahead. On the same page. This is a good time for a kinetic blast.
Yeah, Jimmy's kind of a.
Sweeping. I gotcha. Right.
Kind of a complainer.
Heading out. Sweeping. Gotcha. Covering ground. Heading out.
Drop pods incoming.
Right. Target identified. I gotcha.
These guys smart Marines.
What is it?
Smart.
Covering ground. Pushing ahead. On the same page. Work to be done. I gotcha. Work to be done. On the same page. Right. Heading out.
Deal damage for each of your unique epics. Thespian gas harvesting efficiency increased. Kerrigan ability. Okay, sure, this one. Yeah, supply maximum is decreased by 50? Bruh, it was 25 in the other one. I know they have a talent that can increase it by 25, but seriously, what the?
This is Kerrigan.
Only if I find that talent.
Hurry up, Jim.
Did Jim die? Did Jim? Is that what we skipped?
Kerrigan, before we jump,
I think so.
Hyperion tracked multiple Dominion
He
signatures
died.
headed down to the surface. You're gonna...
In the most unbelievable way possible. Like, I still don't know if they wanted us to believe that Jim was dead. Or if they made it so obvious that that was not the case, that was like something we knew, but apparently Kerrigan doesn't because she's dumb. I don't know. Knack tools reinforced have been intercepted and they will not aid you. I don't need anyone help. I don't need this. That's fine with me.
This is Kerrigan.
Oh my god, we can macro. Sweet, sweet macro.
Okay. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. The first thing I need is a spawning pool.
No, Kerrigan. The first thing we need.
Right. I gotcha.
Wait a minute.
Pushing.
This is a holdout mission? Wait a minute. They will not aid you. So, how do you win?
Work to be done.
Clearing the map?
Safety's off.
Interesting.
This is Kerrigan. Covering ground.
We require.
Yeah, I don't know if that means that, like...
When the Dominion arrive, they drove some of my brood into caves. They will rejoin us if we can kill the Terran soldiers guarding the cave entrances.
Okay. The bridge will extend? Okay. That's what I was wondering, if it's just like they won't arrive to kind of help you in the last like minute, or they just like simply won't arrive and you gotta win some other way. And I might...
Ready for action? This is
Oh,
Kerrigan.
we have upgrades in this. Wait, no, we had upgrades in the other one.
Say again?
We just don't have like
Pushing ahead.
unit abilities. Right. There's no injects.
Ready for... Safety's off.
Our forces
Dominion approaching from the north.
Automatically? Really? Weapons? Really?
This is Kerrigan. This is Kerrigan. Say again? On the same page. Covering.
I need
Safety's
a
off.
macro hatch.
Say again? Heading out. Ready for action.
It's like a Laura. Ooh,
Say
it's
again?
killing me. Killing me.
Covering ground. This is Kerrigan. Ready for action. Yeah, I hear you. What is it? Say again? I gotcha. Yeah, I hear you.
mutation complete.
More queens.
What is it?
They're just called queens, but they're actually special queens. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be trying to level up units, so I guess queens will try to level up?
Safety's off. Yeah, I hear you.
And they can't play scrutiners.
This is Kerrigan.
Okay.
On the same page. Pushing ahead.
Ah yes, mass queen strategy.
Covering ground.
We might have left Wings of Liberty, but we're still doing Wings of Liberty things. Well, I guess mass queen's good in
Ready
any
for
expansion.
action. What is it?
We require more minerals.
Covering ground. Pushing ahead. On
Well,
the
yeah,
same-
there's not much else to do except make queens.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
I don't know how many units I need to break bunkers. But I'm gonna try soon. I'll need
Say again?
queens. Reinforcing queens at home, I guess.
What is it? Sweeping. Pushing ahead. Right. Sweeping.
Isn't too bad.
What is it?
Come out of hiding, Zerglings. Fight for your queen.
Safety's off. Safety's off. Pushing ahead. Ready for action. Sweeping.
I am out of energy.
Kerrigan.
We require more minerals.
Ready for action.
A lot of queens would be funny. I mean, they're getting leveled. Got some level 2s. Got one level 4.
Is this Kerrigan? What is it?
It's pretty impressive.
Safety's off. Yeah, I hear you. On the same.
We must chase them.
I gotcha. I gotcha.
Our forces are under attack.
Pushing ahead. Work to be done.
Yeah, you have to download the mod on the Giant Current Games mod Discord.
I gotcha. What is?
We require more
I do want to get that Carapace upgrade.
We require more
Keep making
minerals.
queens. Which, you know, don't usually cost gas.
Kerrigan. Sweep. What is it? Say again.
Queens don't cost energy? Oh. Yeah, that is helpful.
We require more Vespine gas.
Pushing ahead.
We require more minerals.
Heading out. Say again.
Come here, little Link. What you doing over there, buddy?
We require more minerals.
On the same page.
There are more Zerglings in this cave, my queen.
These supercharged lings are pretty cool.
Part of the brood. Rise, my children.
It's a level 5, man.
Heading out. Pushing ahead. Covering ground. Work to be done. On the same. What is it?
We got Zerg!
ahead. Heading out. Covering ground.
Okay, so that's a potential expansion, but where's the other?
Ready for action.
Broods! Not brood lords.
This is Carrie. Say again? Heading out.
Hey, upgrades. Oh, the talent. Want that too? I have to know town hall or workers. Units take. Wait, well, you have no town halls or workers? Some amazing base trade? Those units gain a swarm stimulant ability. Deals 20% of the unit's health as damage in order to increase attack and movement speed. Oh, they get like stim. Stimulant ability. There we go. Broodling damage, health, and duration is doubled. Let's give our units stim. Yeah!
Heading out.
Minerals, swarm queens, and hero broodlers inspire nearby allies. Oh, yeah, let's do that.
There are more zerglings in this cave, my queen. If you wish to
attack waves and extra units.
Battle, there is a way to control them all at once.
I gotcha.
More of my zerglings.
Attack still normal damage to your target, then jump. Yeah, which is I feel like what they're supposed to do. Yeah, take that. I feel like Stim Zerglings is almost overpowered. Look at them go. They're like extra stims. Like, I do the wild mutation and then I stim. That's pretty incredible.
On the same page.
Our forces are under attack.
Yeah. What is it?
I got a couple of like level 3s, I guess, queens. Level 4. I like level 6 queen. Ooh.
Yeah, I hear you.
That'll probably be in the next patch.
Safety's off.
Look, as long as they give Protoss and Terran something equally insane.
I gotcha.
I'm all for it.
What is
Our forces
Defend the cannon!
Ah. Yeah, +1 armor and ravens would be equal. Yeah, yeah. No bias. Only offered this mission. Unlock Knack Tool. Someone from the hatchery can summon Nidus worms, queens, and zerglings. Alright, I imagine that would work out well if I'd picked the summon. Only off this mission, Kerrigan ability, deploy a psi emitter. 60 seconds, Feral Zerg constantly reinforce the area. Feral Zerg is hostile to all players. Okay. And again, I could never see myself getting Extinction Protocol. That's... I like the psi emitter. You know, yeah, the summons, I'm sure, work well with the summon aspects, but I didn't choose that, did I? So. Does Extinction Protocol work on hero missions? Oh, maybe that's why it's a thing, but I hate hero missions. Is it showing me how much I stack? It is now. Okay. Maybe it will next time.
Intercepted domain.
Char.
A brood mother named Nafash took
Let's
her
get
brood
roaches
to
and
frozen moon.
hydralisks. Things that will level up and not die immediately. It's what's her face? Isha.
Nafash moved her brood into these ice valleys to fight the Protoss.
How do you get levels? How do you get banelings leveled up?
Evolved Zerg swarm. Organism can be upgraded.
All right, so this one I do go into
Three
this.
distinct mutations available.
And when's
Once
Labor Day? They just
chosen,
didn't.
will activate
Everything was already
sequences within creature,
opened.
Improve combat potential.
Gains 10%
Mutation
maximum
choice,
life.
Not permanent. Can
Well, it's
alter
calling a
at
dummy
any
upgrade.
time.
Oh, okay, so no, I don't. I still don't use these. Okay. Alright. Completely useless. Let's go to the mission. Hello. I got a little wicket on me. You're cute, little wicket.
Yes?
Protoss were concerned about the local Ursodons, and now their numbers are much greater than before. 3 times as many.
The swarm hungers.
Well, we'll see how bad that is.
Nothing stands in my way. Push ahead. I have to find an Ursodon matriarch and get her essence. This world is mine. There's not much time. Get going.
Hello. Wicket's being all
Let's get
cute.
this over with.
Someone said essence drink. How to give yourself alcohol poisoning. She's being all cute though.
There's not much.
This Zerg is feral. It is not under the control of any higher entity.
Nothing stands in my way. The swarm never rests.
How do I get it?
Who asked you? Push ahead. Yes? Get going. Nothing stands in my way. Another
Can I get it
feral
later?
roach.
Oh, okay.
Something is very wrong. Push ahead. Get this over with. There's not much time.
The flash freeze is near.
I just have to find an Ursodon matriarch.
The flash freeze has arrived. Your troops are frozen.
These Ursodon, led by Matriarch, strong essence. Once local essence assimilated, Swarm will resist flash freeze.
Flash freeze now ending.
Nothing stands in my way. This world is...
Essence assimilated. Swarm resistant to flash freeze.
Excellent. And now I can sense Nefash's hive cluster nearby.
Injured roaches able to burrow, regain health.
Out
Oh
with
yeah,
it.
thanks, man.
What is it now?
Oh, it's
The
the base anyway.
The swarm hungers. There's not much time.
Crack it all open. Roach gain +3 armor when life under 50%. Spine Spore deal more damage. Zerglings gain maximum life. I'm gonna go with the armor, 'cause I think roaches will actually level up.
Fosh's brood. The Protoss must have wiped them out. I'll awaken this hive cluster for the swarm.
+1 armor, move and attack. Surrender to the influence of the Dark One every 60 seconds, casting Razor Swarm? Well, that doesn't sound good. I imagine it's Storm, but Zerg. Or something.
We require more minerals.
Which... I could probably account for.
Additional matriarch essence nearby. If collected, Swarm can become more efficient in flash freeze.
I do like an efficient swarm. If I have a chance, I will hunt down some matriarchs.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
Fracking Zerg.
This world. You have my attention.
It's open now.
Brave Protoss, slow her down. Take the fight to her.
What are you doing here, Protoss?
Protoss approaching the hive cluster.
Well, that's very ill-timed. I just sent Kerrigan away.
Flash freeze approaching. The Protoss will be vulnerable
Well,
until
that's
it
better
passes.
timed.
The Protoss are defenseless. Attack now. This world is mine.
Access all non-heroic spellcasters. Gain random uncommon talent. I'm gonna go with Timeless Swarm this
The
time.
swarm never rests. Get
All the units. Hey, lazy bones. Kerrigan isn't Zergy now, you don't have to fight her, Protoss? Oh, yeah. But I guess they don't believe that. She's betrayed them before, you know.
Flash freeze storm is fading.
nothing.
Once or twice.
A creep tumor is under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Speak quickly. Get going. Out with... Yes? The swarm hungers.
Oh, there's a Protoss base I can destroy. Okay.
What is it now?
I gotta say, the lack of injecting is
Who
actually
asked you?
a bit annoying.
There's not much time.
It's actually, you know, you do it, it's satisfying.
The swarm never rests. Speak quickly. Speak quickly.
Time grows short, Kerrigan. The Golden Armada will come for you.
Yeah, of course I will.
Flash freeze
Sure.
coming in soon.
Get going. The swarm hungers.
She protected like 2 times, all of a sudden she can't be trusted. If I learned anything from Raya and the Last Dragon, it was that even when people are absolutely going to betray you every single time,
Yes?
you just trust them
Flash freeze
again.
storm has arrived.
And when the world is finally literally on the line, about to die, that's when they'll finally live up to your expectations. That was truly a terrible, terrible theme.
There's not much time.
For what could have been a very cool movie.
What is it now?
Did you fuss with... Oh yeah, the roguelike? Yeah. Well, I haven't really played that many custom campaigns. So.
Flash freeze is passing.
With it. Nothing stands in my way. Swarm hungers. Yes. Out with it.
But I like it better than Nightmare, which is the only other one that I've tried.
Speak quickly. this one. We have met the enemy in combat. One down.
Even if you destroy our spires, we will get word to Sakuras.
You have my attention. Speak. Who asked you?
Flash freeze coming in soon.
Now. Out with it.
Hey.
A flash freeze storm has
What the hell? Oh my god.
Defenseless. Attack now.
That is a lot of Ursidons.
Nothing in my way. Yes? You have my attention.
Haha.
There's not much time. Nothing stands.
That was fun.
Hungers.
Yeah,
The
3
swarm
times
never
and 50% more in a swarm. Oh my
Who
god.
asked you?
The flash freeze is ending.
Yeah, you know, I asked for it, I guess. I said, yeah, throw me that many whatchamacallits. Oh yeah, we should go there. Should take advantage. The ability to make hydras and shit.
Push ahead.
We require more minerals.
Nothing stands. Speak quickly. There's not much time.
Oh, from behind as well. Weird.
Matriarch essence useful. Visibility during flash freeze increased.
Where you can Paradon with Atriox? Paradon?
Get going.
Flash freeze coming in soon.
Oh.
There's not much time.
That's a good question.
Speak quickly. Push ahead. The swarm never rests.
The Protoss forces are now frozen.
Yes?
We require more minerals.
Nothing stands in my way. There's not much.
We require more minerals.
Nafash, I didn't have much hope of finding you alive at this point. The Protoss will pay many times over. This world is... Push ahead.
Oh lord, they're coming!
We should retreat until the next storm hits.
Push ahead. This world is
Oh, she has to like build it. Oh god. I didn't know how it was gonna work.
The swarm never rests. You have my attention. Let's get this over with. Get going. Swarm hungers. Speak quickly. Let's get this over with. The swarm never... What is it? Who asked? Yes? You have... Out with it.
Too many leveled up queens.
Push ahead.
Has it been 60 seconds yet? Yay! Do the thing! Yeah!
Flash freeze storm approaching soon.
You have my attention.
That's too much. That I have to kill all that. That's too much. Shit.
We require more minerals.
Out with it.
And they're not really moving.
Forces are now frozen.
Which is really what I'm concerned by.
Nothing stands in my way.
They are not frozen. They're acting like they are.
Get going. Get going.
Oh god, it's a genocide.
Nothing stands in my way.
Yeah, that's yeah. I'm gonna try going elsewhere.
The flash freeze is ending.
Let's get this over with. The swarm never rests. Who asked you? The swarm hungers. Nothing stands in my way. Push us.
Oh yay! Some of their receptors. Is that what they are? Or is it Anja? Triggered them to attack. Yeah.
The swarm never rests.
Very good, Ben. Very good.
Get going. Let's get this over
So
with.
completely unnecessary. I've actually made it harder for myself. But at least I know how it works now.
Matriarch essence assimilated. Swarm
Attack range increased by 1
adapted to
and
fighting
damage by
flash-free
50%.
storms.
Increase Banelin's base damage. Its primary target. Okay.
The swarm hungers.
Do a radio? Well, she wouldn't be talking to someone on a Leviathan ship
This world is mine.
way up in space telepathically, would she?
Flash freeze.
I don't know. Somehow the
soon.
Protoss did it, I guess. That's true.
We should wait for a flash freeze before attacking this heavily fortified location.
You tell me what to do. Also, I completely misused that
There's not
ability.
much time. Get going. The swarm never rests.
Flash freeze storm has arrived.
Let's get this over with. Nothing stands in my way. The swarm hungers. Push ahead.
Can't believe that the Protoss were just there all this time, dying
There's not much time.
or not dying, I guess, but just being frozen every 2 minutes.
Mineral field.
The flash freeze is ending.
The swarm never. Let's get this over with.
Let's get some ultras on the front.
The swarm hungers. There's not much time.
Oh yeah, pylons. That's right.
Out with it. Yes? This one.
Doesn't seem like they have a high threat level despite attacking. They didn't incorporate pylon threat level until, Legacy of the Void.
Push ahead.
Was Overcharge on the Nexus before that?
This world is mine. Get going. Yes? You have...
Flash freeze will be here soon.
Stupid swarm hasn't moved.
Let's get this over with.
Big boy ultras. Stemmed ultras coming through.
Flash freeze.
There's not much time.
Uh-oh. Run, boys! Run back home!
One more left.
They're gonna kill you all!
It's no use, Kerrigan. Shakuras will destroy you.
Actually, they're kind of derping, so that works too.
Let's get this over with.
Flash freeze is passing.
Speak quickly.
I can't believe that just stood there. Ah, yeah.
What is it now? Yes? There's not much time. Let's get this over with. The world is alive.
I'm pretty sure I'd win the ZVZ, but I don't want to try.
There's not much time. Let's get this over with. This world is
Needless HP. I don't know how many meters I'm gonna roll on. Q-Timmers deal 6 damage every second to ground enemies. Oh, I like that. If a large need for movement else they get depressed, idle overlords take increasing damage every second until they move again. Okay. I can just put them on patrol. Let's see if I remember that.
The spires have fallen. Retreat.
Photo lost that it was made before the Wings Liberty one.
now they have to deal with us.
Yeah, poor depressed overlords. Alright, that was the last mission. I need to go have some dinner. But yeah, this is missing some stuff the Wings Liberty had, but it's still fun.
Your chamber is now available.
It'd be really cool if they did make the Legacy of the Void version. But I imagine it's a lot of work. So that's what I'll be playing Wednesday as well. And then actually I won't be streaming again until a week after that. So yeah. Oh god, I'm on like 2 StarCraft streamers right now. Ah! I can't keep it going, you guys. It's not on me. Wow. Okay. Everyone's doing zero space or other things, I suppose. Well, be free then, my children. Be free. Go wherever you would like. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you Wednesday.